Story 1. My spoiled sister spilled a drink on my dress during my birthday, saying it was too fancy and that I didn't need to show off. I'm 34 years old and I've been carrying my family financially for the past 8 years. Let me be clear about what that means. I don't just help out occasionally or cover emergencies. I am the sole reason my sister and her teenage daughter have a roof over their heads, food on their table, and any semblance of the middle-class lifestyle they've grown accustomed to. My name doesn't matter for this story, but my job does. I'm a senior marketing executive at a tech company in Denver, and I've worked my way up from an entry-level coordinator to earning a six-figure salary. Every month, without fail, I transfer $2,000 to my sister's account. That's on top of the additional credit card I gave her 3 years ago, which she uses for emergencies, though her definition of emergency includes designer jeans for my niece and weekly nail appointments. My sister hasn't held a steady job in over 5 years. She's always between opportunities, always has an excuse, always has a plan that's going to change everything next month. Meanwhile, I'm the one who paid for my niece's private dance lessons, her expensive athletic gear, and even the used BMW I bought for her 16th birthday last year. I never planned to become the family ATM. It started small, when my sister got divorced and needed help with rent for a few months. But somehow, those few months turned into years, and my temporary assistance became their permanent lifestyle. Every time I tried to suggest she look for work more seriously, my mother would intervene, reminding me how lucky I was to have a good job and how family takes care of family. The thing is, I actually love being able to help. There's something satisfying about knowing I can solve problems with a wire transfer or a swipe of my card. When my niece needed money for her school trip to Europe, I was the hero who made it happen. When my sister's car broke down, I had it fixed within hours. I liked being needed, being essential, being the responsible one who had everything figured out. But lately, something's been eating at me. Maybe it's the way my sister complains about the apartment I pay for, saying it's too small and in a boring neighborhood. Or how my niece rolls her eyes when I suggest she get a part-time job, like working is beneath someone who gets everything handed to them. Or perhaps it's my mother's constant reminders that I should be grateful for the opportunity to help my less fortunate family members. Last month, I realized I'd been supporting them for so long that I'd never actually saved money for my own dreams. While I was busy funding their lives, I put off my own plans. The vacation to Italy I've been talking about for 3 years, the down payment for a house, even basic things like updating my own wardrobe or treating myself to a nice dinner without calculating how it would affect my ability to cover their expenses. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about having the means to help. I know not everyone is in my position, but sometimes I wonder what would happen if I just stopped. If I decided that 34 was old enough to start living for myself instead of being everyone else's safety net. I guess I'm about to find out, because I'm planning something special for my upcoming birthday. And for once, I'm going to celebrate the person who's been taking care of everyone else all these years. Me. Looking back, I should have seen this coming from childhood. My sister has always been the special one in our family, not because she was particularly talented or accomplished, but because she was the one who needed the most attention, the most help, the most excuses made for her behavior. When we were kids, I was the straight-A student who never caused trouble. I did my homework without being asked, helped with chores, and generally made life easier for our single mother. My sister, on the other hand, was constantly in some kind of crisis. She'd forget assignments, lose textbooks, get into fights with classmates, or come home with stories about how teachers were being unfair to her. My mother's response was always the same. I was lucky to be naturally responsible and academic, while my sister was brave for taking risks and standing up for herself. When I won academic awards, Mom would briefly acknowledge them before launching into concerns about my sister's latest drama. When my sister failed classes, it became a family emergency, requiring tutoring, parent-teacher conferences, and endless discussions about her potential. The pattern solidified in high school. I worked part-time jobs to save for college while maintaining a 4.0 GPA. My sister dated older guys, skipped classes, and somehow convinced everyone that her struggles were more important than my successes. I remember the night I found out I'd received a full scholarship to university. I was so excited to tell my family. But when I walked into the kitchen, my mother was consoling my sister, who had just been dumped by her latest boyfriend. Can't you see your sister is going through something difficult right now? Mom snapped when I tried to share my news. Your good fortune can wait. That phrase, your good fortune, became the soundtrack of my life, as if my achievements were random luck rather than the result of hard work and sacrifice. Meanwhile, my sister's failures were always external circumstances, never consequences of her choices. After high school, I went to college on scholarship while working nights at a campus coffee shop. My sister got pregnant at 19 and moved back home with our mother. Suddenly, I wasn't just the lucky one anymore. I was the one with obligations. Family takes care of family, Mom reminded me constantly. Now there was a baby to think about, a young mother who needed support, and a grandmother who was sacrificing her golden years to help raise another generation. Even from my dorm room 300 miles away, I started sending money home, $20 here, $50 there, whatever I could spare from my work-study job. It wasn't much, but it was the beginning of what would become my life's primary role, the provider. When I graduated and got my first real job, the requests increased. My sister needed help with rent. My niece needed clothes, toys, eventually school supplies, and activity fees. My mother's car needed repairs. There was always something, always someone who needed what I could provide. The guilt was carefully crafted and consistently applied. If I hesitated before sending money, I'd get calls about how stressed my mother was, how worried she was about my sister's depression, how hard it was for a single mom to make ends meet. If I suggested my sister look for work, I'd hear about the job market, about child care costs, about how trauma from her divorce made it hard for her to function. But here's what really solidified my role as the family ATM. Every time I succeeded professionally, instead of celebration, I got reminders of responsibility. Got a promotion? Great. Now I could help more. Earned a raise? Perfect timing, because my sister needed a security deposit for a new apartment. Received a bonus? My niece had been asking about dance lessons. My success was never really mine. It was always viewed through the lens of what it could do for everyone else. And somehow, over the years, I internalized this completely. I started measuring my worth not by my own happiness or achievements, but by my ability to solve other people's problems with my paycheck. The scary part is how good I became at it, how natural it felt to be the responsible one, the reliable one, the one everyone could count on. I built my entire identity around being indispensable to people who never seemed to appreciate what I was sacrificing for them. This year, I decided my 34th birthday was going to be different. For once, I was going to celebrate myself the way I'd been celebrating everyone else's milestones for years. No modest dinner at a chain restaurant. No splitting the check. No making sure everyone else was comfortable while I picked the cheapest item on the menu. I spent weeks researching restaurants and finally chose Elevation, an upscale steakhouse downtown with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city skyline. The kind of place where dinner for 8 people would cost more than most people spend on groceries in a month. But after calculating what I'd spent on my family over the years, I figured I deserved one extravagant night. The reservation alone required a credit card hold of $500. When the hostess explained their policy over the phone, I didn't hesitate. I gave her my card information and felt a thrill I hadn't experienced in years. The simple pleasure of spending money on something I wanted without calculating how it would impact my ability to cover someone else's needs. But the restaurant was just the beginning. I'd been wearing the same basic work clothes for 2 years, always finding excuses to delay updating my wardrobe because my sister needed something or my niece had an unexpected expense. This time, I went shopping with a purpose. The dress I found was everything I'd been denying myself. Silk, perfectly tailored, in a deep emerald color that made my eyes look striking. It cost $650, which was more than I'd spent on my entire wardrobe in the past year. But when I looked at myself in the fitting room mirror, I saw someone I'd forgotten existed. A successful, attractive woman who deserved beautiful things. I sent out invitations 3 weeks in advance, making it clear this was going to be a special occasion. I invited my closest friends from work, my college roommate who still lived in the area, and, of course, my family. I wanted everyone important to me there, especially the people who had supported my career and celebrated my successes without immediately calculating what those successes could do for them. The excitement I felt planning this dinner was intoxicating. For weeks, I found myself smiling at random moments, thinking about walking into that restaurant in my silk dress, surrounded by people who actually appreciated me. I imagined my mother seeing me confident and radiant, my sister witnessing the life I'd built for myself, my niece understanding that success came from hard work and determination. I even allowed myself to fantasize about the toasts. Maybe my mother would acknowledge all the sacrifices I'd made for the family. Maybe my sister would thank me publicly for my years of support. Maybe, for once, I'd be the center of positive attention instead of just the person everyone turned to when they needed something. I upgraded my hair and makeup appointments to the most expensive salon in the city. I bought new jewelry, delicate gold pieces that looked expensive without being flashy. I even splurged on a car service so I could arrive at the restaurant without worrying about parking or having even one detail go wrong. 3 days before the dinner, I called my family to confirm they were coming and to let them know the dress code was business formal. I wanted everyone to look their best for the photos. I wanted this night to be something we'd all remember fondly. Business formal? My sister laughed over the phone. It's just dinner, not a corporate meeting. It's a nice restaurant, I explained. I want us all to look appropriate for the setting. Whatever makes you happy, she said, but I could hear the eye roll in her voice. My mother was more supportive, at least initially. That's wonderful, honey. You deserve to celebrate, though I hope the restaurant isn't too fancy. You know how uncomfortable your sister gets in those kinds of places. Even their lukewarm responses couldn't dampen my excitement. This was my night, my celebration, my chance to finally be the guest of honor instead of the person picking up the check. I'd spent so many years making other people's special occasions possible. My sister's birthday dinners, my niece's graduation parties, even my mother's retirement celebration that I'd organized and paid for entirely. Now it was my turn and I was going to do it right. The first red flag came 2 days before the dinner. My mother called while I was getting a manicure, something I treated myself to in preparation for the celebration. Honey, I've been thinking about Saturday night, she began, using that careful tone she always employed when she was about to say something I wouldn't like. Don't you think elevation might be a bit much? Your sister looked it up online and the prices are quite steep. I felt my stomach tighten, but I kept my voice light. It's my birthday, Mom. I wanted to go somewhere special. Of course, dear, but you know how your sister feels about those kinds of places. She gets anxious when she feels out of place. Maybe we could suggest somewhere more accessible. Accessible. That was code for cheap. After 8 years of funding my sister's lifestyle, after countless dinners where I quietly picked up the check while she ordered appetizers and desserts without glancing at prices, she was worried about a restaurant being too expensive. I already made the reservation and put down a deposit, I said firmly. Everything's set. Well, if you insist. Mom sighed. But maybe you could help your sister with something appropriate to wear. You know, she doesn't have the wardrobe for these kinds of places. The second red flag came the next morning when my niece texted me directly. Do I really have to come to this fancy dinner thing? My friends are having a party Saturday, and it's going to be way more fun than sitting around pretending to care about your birthday. I stared at the message for a full minute before responding. It would mean a lot to me if you were there. It's just one night. Her reply came immediately. Fine. But I'm not dressing up like some corporate robot just because you picked a pretentious restaurant. That afternoon, my sister called with her own list of concerns. I don't understand why you need to make such a big production out of your birthday, she said without preamble. It's just another year older. And honestly, booking a place like Elevation feels like you're trying to show off. Show off to whom? I asked, genuinely confused. To all of us, obviously. Like you're rubbing our faces in how much money you make while the rest of us are struggling to get by. This hit me like a physical blow. For 8 years, I'd been the one ensuring they weren't struggling. Every month, $2,000 of my salary went directly to my sister's account. The credit card I gave her had a balance of over $15,000 that I'd been paying off in installments. The BMW sitting in her driveway was registered in my name because her credit wasn't good enough to finance it. I'm not trying to show off, I said quietly. I just wanted to celebrate my birthday somewhere nice. Well, It would be nice if you considered other people's feelings for once instead of just thinking about yourself. The irony was so thick I couldn't breathe. After years of thinking about everyone but myself, of putting their needs before my own wants, of measuring every purchase against how it might affect my ability to support them, I was being accused of selfishness for planning one nice dinner. But the biggest red flag came Friday evening when my sister showed up at my apartment unannounced. She walked in carrying a garment bag and wearing an expression I'd learned to recognize over the years, the look she got when she was about to ask for something big. "I need to borrow some jewelry for tomorrow night," she announced, heading straight for my bedroom. "Since you're making us go to this fancy place, I figured you'd want me to look the part." I followed her, watching as she made herself at home, going through my jewelry box. These weren't just accessories to me. They were symbols of my independence, pieces I'd carefully chosen and saved for. But she handled them like they were community property, holding up my pearl earrings to the light and nodding approvingly. "These will work perfectly with the dress I bought," she said, pocketing them without asking. "What dress?" I asked, though part of me already knew I wasn't going to like the answer. "Well, since you insisted on business formal, I had to get something appropriate. I found a beautiful cocktail dress at Nordstrom. It was on sale, but still pretty expensive. I put it on the card you gave me. The card I gave her for emergencies. The one that was supposed to be for unexpected medical bills or car repairs, not for shopping sprees to attend the birthday dinner I was already paying for." "How much?" I asked, though I was afraid to hear the answer. "Only $350, she said breezily. "A steal, really, for something that nice. Plus, I needed shoes and a clutch to match. But don't worry, I kept it under $500 total." As I watched my sister treat my home like her personal boutique and my credit card like her unlimited shopping account, all while complaining about the restaurant I'd chosen for my own birthday celebration, I felt something shift inside me. A small, quiet voice that I'd been ignoring for years suddenly became impossible to silence. This wasn't normal. This wasn't how family was supposed to treat each other. And tomorrow night, I had a feeling I was about to find out just how deep their lack of appreciation really went. Saturday night arrived, and I felt like a completely different person getting ready. The silk dress fit perfectly. The jewelry caught the light beautifully. And for the first time in years, I looked in the mirror and saw someone worthy of celebration. The car service arrived exactly on time, and I felt genuinely excited. As we pulled up to elevation, my friends were already there. My colleagues from work, my college roommate, and a few others who had been genuinely supportive of my success over the years looked elegant and happy, already laughing and enjoying champagne at the bar while we waited for our table. My family arrived 20 minutes late. My mother looked uncomfortable in an old dress that didn't quite fit right. My sister wore the outfit she charged to my credit card while making a show of how awkward she felt. And my niece looked like she was attending a funeral in her attitude, if not her attire. "This place is really something," my sister said loudly as we were seated, making sure everyone at nearby tables could hear her discomfort. "I bet they charge $15 for a glass of water here." My friends exchanged glances, clearly picking up on the tension, but they rallied beautifully. My colleague Jake started telling funny stories about our latest marketing campaign. My roommate brought up memories from college, and slowly the evening began to feel like the celebration I'd envisioned. We were halfway through dinner when it happened. I was laughing at something my friend Lisa had said, genuinely enjoying myself for the first time in months, when my niece suddenly stood up. She had been sullen and silent most of the evening, picking at her expensive meal and scrolling through her phone whenever she thought no one was looking. "I need to use the bathroom," she announced. But instead of heading toward the restrooms, she picked up her full glass of red wine, a glass I was paying for at a dinner I was hosting in her honor as my family member. What happened next felt like it occurred in slow motion and at lightning speed simultaneously. She walked around the table to where I was sitting, looked me directly in the eye, and deliberately poured the entire glass of wine down the front of my silk dress. The restaurant went quiet, not just our table. Nearby diners stopped their conversations and turned to stare. The deep red wine soaked through the emerald silk immediately, spreading across the expensive fabric like blood. "There," my niece said, loud enough for half the restaurant to hear. Now you look as cheap as you really are. Maybe next time you'll think twice before trying to show off how much better you think you are than the rest of us." I sat there in complete shock, wine dripping from my dress onto the white leather chair, staining everything it touched. My friends looked horrified. Other diners were openly staring. The waiter approached cautiously, clearly unsure how to handle the situation. But what happened next was somehow worse than the wine itself. My mother, instead of defending me or demanding that my niece apologize, immediately rushed to comfort her granddaughter. "Oh, sweetie, I know you're upset," she said, wrapping her arms around my niece. "These kinds of places can be overwhelming. It's okay. We understand you didn't mean it." My sister nodded in agreement. "This is exactly why I said this restaurant was a bad idea," she announced to the table. "It's too pretentious, too much pressure. You should have listened when we tried to tell you this wasn't appropriate for our family." I finally found my voice. "She did that on purpose," I said, standing up despite the wine still dripping from my dress. "She looked me in the eye and poured wine all over my birthday dress on purpose." "Don't be dramatic," my sister snapped. "It was obviously an accident. You're being paranoid." But everyone at the table had seen what I saw. My friends were looking at my family like they'd never encountered people so cruel. My colleague Jake actually stood up as if he was preparing to defend me physically if necessary. "I think we should call it a night," my mother said, gathering her purse. "This has been stressful for everyone." They left. All three of them walked out of the restaurant, leaving me standing there in my ruined dress, surrounded by my friends and a dining room full of strangers who had just witnessed my complete humiliation. I had never felt so small, so foolish, or so utterly alone. The dress was destroyed. $650 of beautiful silk, ruined in an act of deliberate cruelty by someone I'd been supporting financially for years. But the dress was the least of it. What hurt was the realization that my own family had orchestrated this humiliation and, worse, they felt justified in doing it. My friends stayed with me at the restaurant for another hour, helping me clean up as much as possible and making sure I was okay before they left. Jake even offered to drive me home, but I insisted on taking my original car service back to my apartment. I needed the time alone to process what had just happened. I spent that night sitting on my couch in the ruined dress, staring at the wine stains and trying to understand how my own family could have humiliated me so deliberately and publicly. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. This wasn't some teenage outburst or momentary lapse in judgment. My niece had planned this, and my mother and sister had not only failed to stop her, but had actively defended her actions. Around midnight, unable to sleep, I made the mistake of checking social media. What I found there changed everything. My niece had posted a video of the entire incident. She had been recording with her phone during dinner, something I hadn't even noticed in the moment, and had captured the wine throwing in perfect humiliating detail. But worse than that were the captions and comments she had added. "When your pretentious aunt thinks she's better than everyone and needs to be brought back down to earth," read the caption on Instagram. The video showed me sitting there in shock as the wine soaked through my dress, and she had added laughing emojis and tagged it with #realitycheck, #familydrama, #karma. On TikTok, she had posted the same video with the caption, "POV, your aunt tries to flex with a fancy dinner, but you remind her who she really is." The video had already gotten hundreds of views and dozens of comments. Most of them were laughing at my expense. But what really destroyed me was seeing that my sister had not only liked both posts, but had commented on them. On Instagram, she had written, "Some people need to learn that money doesn't buy class." On TikTok, "This is what happens when you forget where you came from." I screenshotted everything with shaking hands, hardly able to believe what I was seeing. My own sister was publicly celebrating my humiliation. She was encouraging her daughter's cruelty and joining in the mockery of the person who had been financially supporting both of them for years. I spent the rest of the night scrolling through the comments, each one feeling like another slap in the face. Strangers were calling me names, making assumptions about my character, laughing at the moment that had shattered my heart. And all of this had been orchestrated and encouraged by my own family members. But as the sun came up Sunday morning, something else began to emerge from the devastation. Clarity. For the first time in years, I could see the situation for what it really was. This wasn't about one ruined dinner or one destroyed dress. This was the culmination of years of being taken advantage of, disrespected, and treated like an ATM machine rather than a human being with feelings. I had been enabling this treatment by continuing to provide financial support no matter how poorly they treated me. I had taught them that my money came with no conditions, no consequences, and no expectation of basic respect. I had allowed myself to become so desperate for their approval that I had accepted scraps of acknowledgement in exchange for thousands of dollars and years of sacrifice. Sitting there in my living room, still wearing the stained silk dress, I made a decision that would change everything. I wasn't going to be their victim anymore. I wasn't going to be the family member they could humiliate publicly and then expect to come running with my credit card when they needed something next week. The wine stains on my dress had shown me something important. I could see exactly what they thought of me. Now it was time to show them what I thought of the arrangement we'd had for the past 8 years. I opened my laptop and began to work. By Monday morning, I would be a very different person than the one who had walked into that restaurant with such hope and excitement. The woman who had tolerated their disrespect because she was afraid of being alone was about to discover she had been alone this entire time. The difference was that now she was ready to do something about it. I spent Sunday gathering evidence, not because I planned to take legal action, but because I needed to see the full scope of what I'd been doing for 8 years. I pulled bank statements, credit card bills, receipts, and transfer records. I made spreadsheets, calculated totals, and documented every single dollar I'd spent on my family since I started supporting them. The numbers were staggering. In 8 years, I had transferred $192,000 in direct monthly payments to my sister. The credit card I'd given her had accumulated $47,000 in charges. Everything from groceries to clothes to entertainment to random purchases I couldn't even identify. The BMW I'd bought for my niece had cost $28,000. Add in the emergencies, the unexpected expenses, the gifts, and the countless smaller amounts, and I had spent just over $280,000 supporting people who had just publicly humiliated me for sport. $280,000. That was more than most people make in 5 years. That was a house. That was retirement savings. That was every financial dream I'd deferred while making their lives comfortable. By Monday morning, I was ready to act. I called my bank first and canceled the additional credit card I'd given my sister. The customer service representative was helpful and efficient. Within 10 minutes, the card was deactivated and she could no longer make charges on my account. Next, I logged into my online banking and canceled the automatic monthly transfer. $2,000 that had been leaving my account like clockwork for 8 years would now stay exactly where it belonged. With me. The car was more complicated, but not impossible. Since it was registered in my name and I'd been making the insurance payments, I had every legal right to reclaim it. I contacted a repossession service, explaining that I needed to retrieve my vehicle from someone who no longer had permission to use it. They were surprisingly understanding and professional about the situation. Then I did something I'd never done before. I started planning for myself. I opened a separate savings account and scheduled an automatic transfer of the same $2,000 I'd been sending to my sister. Instead of funding her lifestyle, I would finally start building my own future. I researched the Italy trip I'd been talking about for years and actually made a reservation. First-class flights, a luxury hotel in Tuscany, private tours of vineyards, all the things I'd always said I'd do someday when I could afford it. The truth was I'd been able to afford it for years. I just hadn't been able to afford it and my family's lifestyle simultaneously. But the most important call I made was to my mother. I needed to schedule a family meeting where I would explain the changes, present the documentation, and make my new boundaries absolutely clear. This wasn't going to be a conversation where they could manipulate me or make me feel guilty. This was going to be a presentation of facts and a statement of my decisions. A family meeting? Mom sounded confused. What's this about, honey? I have some things I need to discuss with everyone, I said calmly. Saturday afternoon at 2 o'clock. My apartment. This isn't about that silly incident at the restaurant, is it? You know, your niece didn't mean any harm. Silly incident. That's what she was calling deliberate public humiliation followed by social media mockery. We'll discuss everything on Saturday, I said firmly. I spent the week preparing like I was getting ready for the most important business presentation of my life. I printed out financial records, organized them in binders, and created a simple but comprehensive overview of exactly what I'd been providing and why that was changing. I practiced what I would say, how I would handle their inevitable protests, and how I would maintain my composure when they tried to manipulate me. By Friday night, I felt more powerful than I had in years. I wasn't the desperate woman who had sat in that restaurant hoping for scraps of appreciation from people who saw her as nothing more than a source of income. I was someone who had finally realized her worth, and I was about to make sure everyone else understood it, too. The first sign that my changes were having an impact came Tuesday morning at 6:47 a.m. My phone rang, waking me up, and my sister's name flashed on the screen. I almost didn't answer. I had never received a call from her that early, and I suspected I knew what this was about. "What the hell did you do?" she screamed before I could even say hello. "My card was declined at the grocery store yesterday, and now it's not working anywhere. Did you cancel it?" "Good morning to you too," I said calmly, sitting up in bed. "Yes, I canceled the credit card. We'll discuss this and other changes at the family meeting on Saturday." "Family meeting? What family meeting? And why would you cancel my card without telling me?" "It was never your card," I corrected her. "It was my card that I allowed you to use, and now I've chosen not to allow that anymore." The silence on the other end lasted for almost 10 seconds. When she spoke again, her voice was different. Higher, more panicked. "You can't just cut me off like this. I have bills to pay, groceries to buy. What am I supposed to do?" "The same thing every other adult does. Pay your own bills with your own money." She hung up on me. Within an hour, I had 6 more missed calls from her and 3 from my mother. I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I went to work feeling lighter than I had in years. Wednesday brought text messages, lots of them. My sister sent increasingly frantic messages throughout the day, starting with anger and progressing to desperation. "This is ridiculous and you know it. I can't believe you're being this petty over a stupid dinner. Mom is worried sick about what's gotten into you." By Thursday, the tone changed completely. "Please call me back. I really need to talk to you. I'm sorry if we hurt your feelings at dinner. Can we please just talk about this like adults?" My mother's approach was more subtle but equally predictable. She called my office directly, reaching my assistant and asking for an urgent call back about a family emergency. When I finally called her back, her voice was carefully modulated, the tone she used when she was trying to manage a situation. "Honey, your sister is very upset about this credit card situation. She's telling me you've cut off her access to money entirely. Surely there's been some misunderstanding." "There's no misunderstanding," I said. "I've decided to stop providing financial support. We'll discuss the details on Saturday." "But she has expenses, responsibilities. You can't just leave her hanging like this." "I've been supporting her for 8 years, Mom. She's had plenty of time to figure out how to support herself." "That's very harsh, dear. I raised you to be more compassionate than this." The guilt trip was expertly applied, but it didn't work the way it used to. Instead of feeling bad about my decision, I felt angry about the manipulation. "You raised me to take care of myself and work hard for what I wanted. Maybe it's time my sister learned those same lessons." Friday morning brought the most interesting development yet. My niece called me directly, something that hadn't happened in over a year. When I answered, I could hear tears in her voice. "They're taking my car," she said without preamble. "Some guys came to the house with a truck and said you sent them to get the BMW." "That's correct," I said. "The car is registered in my name and insured through my policy. Since I'm no longer providing support to your family, I need the car back. But I need it for school, for work, for everything. You can't just take my car. It was never your car. It was my car that I allowed you to use. This is because of what happened at dinner, isn't it? Because of some stupid joke that got out of hand." A joke? She was calling the deliberate humiliation that she'd recorded and posted online for thousands of people to mock a joke. What happened at dinner showed me exactly what my family thinks of me. The financial changes are just me responding appropriately to that information. I'll take the video down, she said quickly. I'll delete everything and apologize. Please don't do this. The video should never have been posted in the first place. And even if you delete them now, hundreds of people have already seen them, shared them, laughed at them. You can't undo that. She was crying harder now. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm really sorry. It was mean and I shouldn't have done it. But you're ruining my life over one stupid mistake. I'm not ruining anything, I said calmly. I'm simply choosing not to pay for the life you've been living. If you want a car, you can work and save for one like most teenagers do. After she hung up, I sat in my office feeling something I hadn't expected. Satisfaction. Not pleasure at their distress, but satisfaction at finally standing up for myself. For years, I had absorbed their disrespect, their demands, their casual cruelty, all while opening my wallet to fund the very lifestyle that made them feel entitled to treat me poorly. Saturday couldn't come fast enough. It was time to make everything official. Saturday afternoon, at exactly 2 o'clock, they arrived at my apartment. All three of them looked like they were attending a funeral, which in a way they were. They were about to witness the death of their financial safety net. I had spent the morning preparing my living room like a conference room. The binders of financial records were arranged on my coffee table along with printed copies of the social media posts my niece had made. I had prepared a presentation folder for each of them, complete with highlights and totals that would make the scope of my support impossible to ignore or dismiss. They sat down reluctantly. My mother perched on the edge of the couch like she was ready to flee, my sister with her arms crossed defensively, and my niece slouched in the corner chair, refusing to make eye contact. "Thank you for coming," I said, standing in front of them with my own folder. "I've asked you here to discuss some changes in our family dynamic, specifically regarding the financial support I've been providing. This is about the restaurant, isn't it?" My sister interrupted immediately. "Look, we're sorry if your feelings were hurt, but you're being completely ridiculous about this whole thing." "Let me finish," I said firmly. "Over the past 8 years, I have provided $192,000 in direct monthly transfers to support your household. I have paid $47,000 in credit card charges for everything from groceries to clothes to entertainment. I purchased a $28,000 vehicle for my niece. Including various emergencies and additional expenses, I have spent $284,000 supporting this family." I opened the first binder and began showing them the documentation. Bank statements, transfer records, credit card bills, years of evidence laid out in undeniable detail. This represents nearly half of my total income over 8 years. It's more than most people make in 5 years. It's a house, a retirement fund, every dream I deferred while making your lives comfortable. My mother was staring at the papers like they were written in a foreign language. "I had no idea it was so much," she said quietly. "It was supposed to be temporary help," I continued. "A few months to get back on your feet after the divorce. Instead, it became a lifestyle that you not only expected but felt entitled to. And last Saturday, you showed me exactly what you think of the person who has been making that lifestyle possible." I pulled out the printed screenshots of the social media posts. My niece recorded my humiliation, posted it online for entertainment, and you? I looked directly at my sister, liked and commented on it, encouraging the mockery. My niece finally looked up, her face flushed with shame. I said I was sorry about that. I took the videos down after they had been viewed hundreds of times. I replied after dozens of strangers had laughed at my expense. After my own sister publicly celebrated my humiliation. "We didn't think it was that serious," my sister said weakly. "You poured wine on a $600 dress at a restaurant where I was celebrating my birthday with friends and colleagues. You recorded it for social media mockery. Then you left me sitting there alone while you walked out without paying for the meal I had invited you to. How exactly is that not serious?" The room was completely quiet. For the first time in years, no one was making excuses or deflecting blame or trying to minimize what had happened. "So here's what's changing," I continued. The monthly transfers have stopped. The credit card has been canceled. The car has been repossessed. I am no longer your financial safety net. But what are we supposed to do? My sister asked, panic creeping into her voice. What every other adult does. Get a job, pay your own bills, live within your means. The same things I've been doing while also supporting all of you. You can't just abandon family, my mother said, finding her voice again. I'm not abandoning anyone. I'm simply choosing not to fund a lifestyle for people who have shown me nothing but disrespect and ingratitude. You'll figure it out the same way millions of other people do every day. I handed each of them their folder of documentation. Everything's in there if you want to review the numbers, but the decision is final. This arrangement is over. They left in stunned silence, taking their folders with them. As I watched them walk to their car, my sister's old Honda that I had also been helping to maintain, I felt a mixture of sadness and relief. Sadness for the relationships that were probably ending, but relief that I would finally be free to live my own life with my own money and my own choices. For the first time in 8 years, I was accountable to no one but myself. The first month after our confrontation, I heard nothing from my family. No calls, no texts, no attempts at reconciliation. I told myself I was fine with this, that the silence proved I had made the right decision. But I'll admit, there were moments when I wondered if I had been too harsh, if I should reach out and offer some kind of compromise. Those doubts disappeared when I started hearing about their situation through mutual friends and neighbors. The news wasn't good, and frankly, it wasn't surprising. My sister had been forced to give up the 2-bedroom apartment I'd been paying for and move back in with my mother. At 41 years old, she was sleeping in her childhood bedroom while her 17-year-old daughter slept on the living room couch. The adjustment was apparently not going well for anyone involved. My mother, who was 73 and had been enjoying a comfortable retirement thanks in part to not having to fully support her adult daughter, was suddenly dealing with 2 additional people in her small house and the financial strain of feeding and housing them. She'd been forced to take out a reverse mortgage on her home to cover the debts my sister had accumulated, including the credit card balance I was no longer paying. But it was my niece's situation that provided the most dramatic change. Without the BMW I'd bought her, she had no transportation to her expensive dance studio across town. The classes I'd been funding, over $300 per month, were no longer an option anyway. She'd been forced to quit the dance team she'd been on since middle school and take a part-time job at a local burger joint just to help with basic household expenses. I heard about this from my colleague Jake, whose daughter went to the same high school. Your niece is working at Fast Bite now, he mentioned casually during a work lunch. My daughter said she seemed pretty upset about having to quit dance. Tough break. I just nodded and changed the subject. But privately, I felt a complex mix of emotions. I wasn't happy that she was struggling, but I also wasn't willing to rescue her from the consequences of her own actions. She had made her choice when she humiliated me publicly and posted it online for entertainment. Now, she was learning that actions have consequences. The second month brought the first attempt at reconciliation, but it wasn't what I expected. My sister didn't call me directly. Instead, she reached out to my college roommate, apparently hoping to use a mutual connection to get to me. She called me last night, my friend told me over coffee. She wanted me to convince you to be reasonable about the family situation. She kept saying you were punishing everyone for a misunderstanding and that family should forgive each other. What did you tell her? I told her I was at that dinner. I saw what happened and there was no misunderstanding about anything. Then I told her she should be ashamed of herself for letting her daughter treat you that way. By month 3, the desperation was setting in. My mother called me at work, bypassing my personal phone entirely. She was crying when my assistant put her through, something I'd rarely heard in my adult life. Please, honey, we need to talk. This situation is getting out of hand. Your sister can't find a job that pays enough to support herself, and I can't keep carrying all of us on my Social Security. We're going to lose the house. Then maybe it's time for my sister to accept any job she can find instead of holding out for something that meets her standards, I said calmly. She's trying, but she's been out of the workforce for so long. No one wants to hire someone with such a big gap in their resume. That was her choice, Mom. For 8 years, She chose to let me support her instead of maintaining her career. These are the consequences of that choice. But what about your niece? She's just a child. She shouldn't have to suffer for her mother's mistakes. This was the manipulation I'd been expecting, using my niece to try to guilt me back into funding their lifestyle. She's 17, not 7, and she's not suffering. She's learning responsibility. Maybe if she'd learned it sooner, she wouldn't have thought it was acceptable to humiliate me for social media entertainment. The call ended with my mother hanging up on me, but I felt stronger than I had during our conversation. The guilt that used to overwhelm me when she cried was barely a whisper now. I had clarity about what had happened and why I'd made my decision. Month 4 brought news that my sister had finally found work, a minimum wage job at a retail store. It was a far cry from the lifestyle I'd been funding, but it was honest work, and frankly, it was more than she'd been contributing for years. My niece had increased her hours at the burger place and was apparently saving money for a used car. I should have felt proud of them for finally taking responsibility for themselves. Instead, I felt nothing at all. The social fallout began around month 5, and it was swift and merciless. Living in a mid-sized city meant that everyone's business eventually became everyone else's business. And my family's dramatic change in circumstances hadn't gone unnoticed. The first incident happened at the country club where my sister used to get her hair done, a salon I'd been paying for through her credit card charges. When she showed up trying to book an appointment, she was informed that her previous payment method was no longer valid and she'd need to provide a new form of payment. When she couldn't, she had to leave without services she'd been receiving for years. The stylist, who knew several people in our social circle, apparently shared the story at other appointments. Within a week, multiple people knew that my sister's financial situation had changed dramatically and that she was no longer able to afford the lifestyle she'd been living. My niece's situation at school became particularly difficult. Her former dance teammates knew she'd been forced to quit due to financial constraints, but they didn't understand why. When the truth started spreading that her wealthy aunt had cut them off, the story grew in the telling. Some versions painted me as heartless for abandoning family. Others, particularly after people learned about the restaurant incident, painted her as spoiled and ungrateful. The BMW incident became legendary at her high school. Students who had envied her car were suddenly sharing stories about seeing it being repossessed from her driveway. The same classmates who used to ask for rides to parties were now posting subtle social media comments about people who live beyond their means and fake rich kids. The most damaging story came from an unexpected source. The server from Elevation, the restaurant where my birthday dinner had taken place, happened to live in our neighborhood. The story of what had happened that night, the wine throwing, the family walking out, the obvious distress of both me and my friends, had made its way through the local service industry network. When people realized that the spoiled niece who threw wine on her aunt was the same girl who'd lost her car and had to take a job at Fast Bite, the narrative became crystal clear. My niece wasn't just dealing with financial consequences anymore. She was dealing with social consequences that followed her everywhere. I heard about this from my hairdresser, who heard it from her friend who worked at a restaurant downtown. Everyone's talking about how that girl got what was coming to her, she told me while touching up my highlights. Apparently, she was really awful to you at some fancy dinner, and now she's working fast food while you're doing great. The irony wasn't lost on me. The same social media presence my niece had used to humiliate me was now working against her. Old posts about her luxurious lifestyle, the expensive dance classes, the BMW, the designer clothes were now being screenshotted and shared with captions like, "This didn't age well," and "When reality hits different." My sister's job search had been complicated by the fact that several potential employers in our area had heard versions of the story. Small cities have long memories, and the image of a woman in her 40s who had been financially dependent on her younger sister for years wasn't inspiring confidence in hiring managers. But the most significant social consequence came from an unexpected source: my mother's church community. My mother had been attending the same church for over 20 years, and many of the congregation members had known our family for decades. When it became clear that she was struggling financially and had been forced to mortgage her home, several church ladies had stepped in to help. The problem was they wanted to understand how someone who had seemed financially stable had suddenly found herself in such dire straits. When they learned that she'd been receiving significant help from me for years, and that I'd stopped providing it, they wanted to know why. My mother apparently had tried to paint me as the villain, the successful daughter who had heartlessly abandoned her struggling family. But several of these women knew me personally from church events over the years. They remembered me as responsible, generous, and respectful. They had trouble believing I would suddenly turn cruel without reason. When the full story eventually came out, including the restaurant incident and the social media posts, the church ladies' sympathy shifted significantly. Instead of seeing my mother as a victim of her heartless daughter, they began to see her as someone who had enabled her adult daughter's dependency and failed to address her granddaughter's appalling behavior. The social isolation was perhaps more devastating than the financial consequences. My family had built their entire social identity around a lifestyle I was funding. When that lifestyle disappeared, so did many of the relationships that had come with it. The friends who had enjoyed expensive dinners and social events suddenly weren't available when my sister needed emotional support or my niece needed rides to job interviews. Meanwhile, my own social life had never been better. Without the constant financial drain of supporting 3 additional people, I had money for the social activities I'd been skipping for years. I was traveling, attending theater performances, hosting dinner parties for friends who actually appreciated and reciprocated my generosity. The contrast was striking, and it wasn't lost on anyone who knew our family. 1 year after that terrible birthday dinner, I was shopping at a discount grocery store near my new house. Yes, I'd finally bought my own home with the money I was no longer spending on my family. When I saw them, my mother was pushing a cart with generic brands and store coupons clutched in her hand, looking older and more tired than I remembered. My sister was beside her, wearing what was obviously a work uniform from her retail job, her hair in a simple ponytail instead of the expensive style she used to favor. And there was my niece in a fast-bite visor and polo shirt, clearly having come straight from work. They were in the produce section, carefully comparing prices on vegetables and choosing the less expensive options. It was a scene I'd never imagined seeing. My family, who had lived so comfortably on my dime for years, now budgeting groceries like most working families do. My niece saw me first. Our eyes met across the store, and I watched her face cycle through shame, anger, and something that might have been regret. She was thinner than she'd been a year ago, her face more mature, her posture less confident. The spoiled teenager who had thrown wine on my dress and posted it online for laughs was gone, replaced by a young woman who clearly understood consequences in a way she hadn't before. My sister noticed me next, and her reaction was more complex. She started to approach me, then stopped, apparently unsure of what she could possibly say. The woman who had once felt entitled to my credit card and had publicly celebrated my humiliation now looked like she understood exactly what she had lost. But it was my mother's reaction that surprised me most. She looked at me for a long moment, taking in my appearance, the confident posture, the quality clothes I could now afford for myself, the obvious prosperity that came from keeping my own money. And then she simply nodded. No drama, no guilt trip, just acknowledgement. I finished my shopping and was loading groceries into my car when my sister finally approached me in the parking lot. She walked over slowly, like she was approaching a wild animal that might bolt. "Hi," she said quietly. "Hello," I replied, continuing to load my bags. "You look good," she said. "Happy." "I am." She stood there for a moment, clearly wanting to say more, but unsure how to begin. Finally, she took a deep breath. "I know you probably don't want to hear this, but I need to tell you I'm sorry. Not because I want anything from you, but because you deserved better from us, and I know that now." I stopped loading groceries and looked at her directly. "What's different now?" "Everything," she said with a bitter laugh. "Working 40 hours a week for $8 an hour tends to give you perspective. Having to budget for groceries makes you understand what money really means. Watching your daughter learn responsibility the hard way teaches you what you should have taught her yourself. And I realized that for 8 years you weren't just giving us money. You were giving us your dreams, your security, your future. And instead of being grateful, we treated you like our personal ATM. We took your generosity and threw it back in your face because we thought you'd always be there to clean up our messes." I closed my trunk and turned to face her fully. "What do you want me to say?" I don't want you to say anything, she replied. I just wanted you to know that we finally understand what we had and what we lost. Not just the money, but you. We lost the best person in our family because we were too selfish to appreciate her. I could see my niece and mother waiting by their car, watching our conversation from a distance. My niece looked like she wanted to disappear, while my mother simply looked resigned. How are you doing? I asked, surprising myself with the question. Struggling, she admitted. But honestly, it's the first time in my adult life that I'm actually responsible for my own problems and my own solutions. It's terrifying and exhausting, but it's also real. I'm finally living my own life instead of the life you were paying for. And my niece, she's grown up a lot this year. She'll graduate high school in a few months, and she's already saved enough from her job to buy a used car. She wants to go to community college and pay her own way. She says she never wants to depend on someone else the way she depended on you. I nodded, processing this information. A year ago, I would have been tempted to help, to offer some assistance or encouragement. Now, I felt proud of them for figuring it out on their own, but I had no desire to resume my role as their financial safety net. I'm glad you're figuring it out, I said sincerely. All of you. We are, she said. It's hard, but we're finally living according to our actual means instead of pretending we deserved a lifestyle we never earned. I got in my car and drove home to the house I'd bought with money that used to go to their rent. As I unloaded groceries I'd purchased without calculating how it would affect anyone else's budget, I reflected on how much had changed. My sister was right about one thing. I was happy. Not because they were struggling, but because I was finally free to live my own life, make my own choices, and keep the money I earned. The Italy trip had been everything I dreamed of. The house was perfect for me. My savings account was growing every month instead of being drained by other people's emergencies. As for my family, they had learned the lesson I'd been trying to teach them for years without realizing it. That financial security comes from your own efforts, not from someone else's generosity. My niece was learning work ethic and self-reliance. My sister was discovering independence and responsibility. My mother was understanding the real cost of enabling destructive behavior. They were finally living authentic lives instead of the artificial lifestyle my money had created for them. And I was living mine. Now on to the next story. Story 2. The receptionist looked at me with disdain, unaware that I owned the hotel chain. At 36 years old, I'm the owner of a hotel chain that I expanded after my father passed it down to me in my late 20s. I've grown the business, establishing locations in other states strategically near highways and tourist attractions. I have several managers in different states running my hotels, and I visit each of them throughout the year. After my wife recently gave birth to our youngest child, I decided to take my family on a road trip vacation. My wife and I always prefer driving over flying because she has anxiety about flying. I wanted her to relax after her pregnancy, so we planned a road trip to a beach in Florida, one of our favorite destinations. The journey was long, but we managed to enjoy ourselves with our kids and newborn without any irritation. I planned to stop at my hotels along the way so I could spend time with my family while also checking on the establishments, saving myself from having to revisit them in a few months. After hours of driving, I decided to stop at my hotel in Alabama and stay overnight. We arrived at 3 p.m. and went to the reception desk. The receptionist glanced up from her computer, and I immediately noticed her disinterested expression as we approached. I politely requested 2 adjoining rooms with a view, if possible, trying to maintain a cheerful demeanor despite being tired and irritated from the long drive. Without taking her eyes off her screen, she responded with an attitude, "Do you have a reservation?" "No, I didn't make a reservation," I admitted. "We decided to stop here impulsively as part of our road trip tradition," I added, laughing to lighten the mood. Her demeanor remained unchanged. She let out a long sigh and looked at me with mild irritation and disinterest. "Well, without a reservation, I can't guarantee anything special. It's peak season, you know." I apologized, agreeing that she was right and admitting I should have planned ahead. However, she sighed again, shook her head, and mumbled something under her breath. I noticed and asked if there was an issue. Her eyes widened, perhaps surprised by my question. Instead of apologizing, she straightened up and responded defensively. It's just that we have so many guests, and it's hard to accommodate everyone's requests without proper planning. You people showing up without a reservation are inconsiderate to those working here. I was shocked by her words, but I kept my composure and said I understood. I acknowledged she was likely stressed from the busy season and admitted my mistake in not making a reservation. However, the way she treated me in front of my family was unacceptable. I took a deep breath, trying to manage my frustration. I didn't want to make a scene, especially with my family watching. I appreciate your honesty, I said in a measured tone. I apologize for any inconvenience our stop may have caused. I then asked if there were any other rooms available. She said they had only one room left, but it wasn't adjoining or with a view. I accepted and paid for the room. She handed the room key card to my wife, who went ahead with the kids while I stayed behind. As my family walked away, I turned back to the receptionist, who still looked disinterested. You know, I began in a calm voice. I've been in the hospitality business for quite some time. She continued staring at her computer, ignoring me entirely. I couldn't believe it and had finally had enough. I stared at her for a moment, feeling the anger building in my chest. Taking a deep breath, I decided to hold back. This wasn't the time to lose my composure. After all, my family was upstairs in the room, and I knew my wife didn't need any more stress after everything she'd been through recently. But something inside me wanted to react. This wasn't just about dealing with a rude receptionist. It was about someone who clearly made it a habit to belittle people, unaware of who they might be. You're right. Not planning ahead and making a reservation was my mistake, I said, keeping my tone controlled but firm. But you know, in the hospitality business, how we treat people is our hallmark. She glanced up for a second, perhaps realizing I wasn't just any regular guest. But as if on reflex, she looked back down at her computer, pretending my presence was irrelevant. I left the desk and went to the room, trying to convince myself to let it go. The night passed, and while my family slept, I couldn't. I sat in the armchair by the window thinking. I had dedicated my life to building a hotel chain that prided itself on exceptional service. How dare this woman treat any guest like that, let alone the owner of it all? By morning, I decided to act. My family was excited to continue the trip, and my wife, ever the kind soul, suggested we go downstairs for breakfast at the hotel restaurant. We headed down together, but before reaching the dining area, I told them to go ahead, mentioning I had something to take care of. I walked back to the front desk. The receptionist was there again, wearing the same look of disdain as the day before. "Good morning," I started, keeping a polite tone. She didn't even bother to respond, merely nodding slightly as if acknowledging my presence was an effort. "I'd like to speak to the manager," I said, now more serious. She looked up, crossing her arms. "He's not here right now. Whatever you need, you can talk to me." I smiled, but not out of happiness. It was pure irony. "Are you sure about that?" I asked, because I think the manager would be very interested in hearing how guests are being treated here. She frowned but said nothing. Feeling it was time to reveal my position, I reached into my pocket, pulled out my business card, and slid it across the counter toward her. "I'm the owner of this hotel and the entire chain. I think you might want to rethink what you just said." Her expression changed instantly. Her relaxed posture was replaced by visible tension. She picked up the card, read my name, and looked back at me, pale. "Sir, I didn't know," she stammered. But I cut her off. "Of course you didn't. But that's exactly the point. You shouldn't have to know who someone is to treat them with respect." The manager was called in a hurry. Unlike the receptionist, he was a professional man, visibly concerned about the situation. After a long conversation in his office, I explained what had happened and made it clear that this incident couldn't be ignored. It was a matter of principle. I wanted every employee to understand that respect was the foundation of our brand. The manager assured me the issue would be addressed, and before leaving, I made it clear I would return. I left the hotel feeling I'd taken the right action, but at the same time, something didn't sit well with me. I knew this receptionist wasn't the only one. How many more people like her were damaging the experiences of our guests? As we continued our trip, the thought kept nagging at me. I realized this wasn't just about one isolated incident. Maybe it was time to conduct surprise audits at my other hotels. If this was happening at one of my establishments, what could be going on at the others? And what if the problem was bigger than I thought? This question kept echoing in my mind throughout the drive as I looked out the window, watching the changing scenery. When we finally reached the beach, my wife was happy and my kids were running along the sand, but I still couldn't relax. The decision was made. As soon as our trip was over, I began a rigorous investigation process at every hotel I owned. I knew this might uncover some unpleasant truths, but it was necessary. Every guest who stepped into one of my hotels deserved to feel valued, and I wouldn't rest until I was certain that was the reality. The following week, I decided to return to the hotel in Alabama, this time alone. My family was safe and comfortable at home, and I needed to focus entirely on resolving what had happened. This wasn't just about that one receptionist. It was about the larger impact such behavior could have on the reputation of my hotel chain. Deep down, I knew the problem extended beyond a single employee. There was something wrong with the management of that location. I arrived at the hotel unannounced, posing as a regular guest. This time, I kept my presence low-key, wanting to observe how staff interacted with other guests. I sat quietly in the lobby for hours, watching everything unfold. It didn't take long to see that the problem was systemic. The receptionist who had treated me poorly wasn't alone in her attitude. Other staff members during that shift shared the same air of disdain and impatience. I saw guests being ignored, requests being handled carelessly, and even some borderline sarcastic comments. As I mentally took notes on everything, the manager eventually appeared, a middle-aged man in a slightly disheveled suit. He offered forced smiles as he greeted what appeared to be more important guests. He walked past me without noticing, too preoccupied with his phone. That confirmed my suspicions. The root of the issue started at the top. The next day, I called a meeting with all the hotel staff. At first, no one knew who I was, but as I introduced myself, I saw the shock spread across their faces. The manager, in particular, looked visibly uncomfortable, fiddling nervously with his tie as I spoke. "I'm here because what happened last week was unacceptable," I began, my tone calm but firm. "The behavior I experienced and what I observed yesterday does not represent the values of our brand. Every guest who walks through these doors should be treated with respect and dignity, regardless of who they are or what they've done." I locked eyes with the receptionist who had treated me poorly. She sat in the back, avoiding my gaze. I continued, turning my attention to the manager. "I want to make it clear that while every individual is responsible for their actions, a system's failure reflects directly on its leadership." The room fell silent. Some employees exchanged uncertain glances, while others looked skeptical. As the manager, you are responsible for training, supervising, and setting the example for this team. What I witnessed yesterday and experienced as a guest shows that this leadership has been lacking. I turned fully toward the manager. He tried to interject, but I raised my hand to stop him. "Effective immediately, you are no longer part of this team," I announced. His expression shifted from surprise to indignation. "Sir, with all due respect, I don't think this is fair," he began. "I have years of experience, and experience without commitment to the right values means nothing." I interrupted, my voice unwavering. "I'm not here to compromise on the quality of what I have worked so hard to build." The manager stood still, trying to argue, but I didn't give him the chance. He left the room, muttering something about loyalty and unfairness. Once the door closed, I turned to the rest of the staff. "I know some decisions are hard to accept, but I'm not here to please anyone. I'm here to ensure that this hotel is a place where every guest feels welcome and valued." My gaze landed on the receptionist. "And as for you," I said, pointing directly at her, "your attitude was the most egregious. You had the chance to redeem yourself when you learned who I was, but you chose to continue your disrespect. That is something I cannot tolerate. Effective immediately, you are also dismissed." She turned pale, opening her mouth to speak, but no words came out. She gathered her things silently and left. After they were gone, the atmosphere in the room was tense. Many employees looked uneasy, and some even murmured among themselves. One of them, more bold than the others, stood up and said, "With all due respect, sir, this seems extreme. They were good at their jobs." I took a deep breath before responding. Good employees are not just those who complete tasks. They are those who do so with respect, empathy, and professionalism. If anyone here believes what you saw from them was acceptable, then maybe this isn't the right place for you either. The room fell silent again. In the days that followed, I implemented immediate changes. I brought in a new manager from another hotel in the chain, someone I trusted to restore the culture of respect and excellence that should exist there. I also organized mandatory training sessions for the entire staff, making it clear that the behavior I witnessed would never be tolerated again. Despite some initial resistance, many employees began to see the improvements. Guests started commenting on the more welcoming atmosphere, and the hotel's reviews began to improve. However, I knew the work was far from over. There were other hotels to audit, and each one could be hiding similar problems. I left the hotel in Alabama with a sense of accomplishment, but also the realization that this was just the tip of the iceberg. The next step would be to visit another state, another hotel, and continue ensuring that the values I fought so hard to uphold were being honored. I knew this battle would be long, but I was prepared to face whatever was necessary. After all, what was at stake wasn't just my reputation. It was the very essence of what I had built. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My wife told me she would never get pregnant or have a child for anyone, but I came home to find out that she had been pregnant for a month, and I had just returned from a 2-month business trip. Fernando, listen to me carefully. I, Julia, have no intention of ever having children because no man is worth the paying of carrying a child for 10 months. Julia told me this during a company dinner. As I left the gathering amidst the complex gazes of others, I returned home only to find a package waiting for me. Julia's pregnancy report. She was already 1 month along, and I had just come back from a 2-month business trip. Despite this profound betrayal, I felt an unexpected sense of relief. I calmly called Julia and said, "Let's find a time to get divorced." "Fernando, what are you talking about? Just because I won't have kids for you, you want to divorce me?" Her voice dripped with disdain. "Julia, look at this little sock. Shouldn't we get it for our baby?" A soft male voice chimed in. It was Miguel, her childhood friend. The call ended abruptly. I glanced at the villa I called home for 7 years and exhaled deeply. This house had been purchased outright before our marriage, but now it felt tainted. I decided to move out and sell it. As I packed my things, the door swung open. Julia entered, her arm entwined with Miguel's. "Fernando, where are the slippers? Miguel is cold. Could you grab a pair for him?" Julia commanded me as usual. Miguel wore a smug smile, his eyes taunting me as he softly added, "Fernando, could you help us out?" I shoved my design sketches into my suitcase without responding or looking at them. Their presence made me nauseous, like being drunk and then getting into a bumpy car, surrounded by a sickly sweet perfume. "Are you deaf?" Julia yelled, throwing one of her high heels at me. I dodged it and shot her a cold glance but chose silence. Noticing my suitcase for the first time, she frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "I told you on the phone, divorce," I replied flatly. Though I had once loved her deeply, disappointment had piled up until love vanished in an instant. "Fernando, are you throwing a tantrum? I've told you before, I'm not into women. Julia is just my best friend." Miguel added mockingly, "Let's make amends. Please don't be upset. I'll try not to bother Julia anymore." "Miguel, what did you do wrong? It's Fernando's jealousy that's causing all this trouble. It has nothing to do with you, and he's upset just because I won't give him children." Julia shot me a loathing look. She glared at me and said, "If I had known you'd react this way, I wouldn't have married you." "It's not too late to leave," I said, securing my suitcase and checking my drawing equipment before heading for the door. "I'll list the villa with an agent. You should hurry and move out." "You're selling our house?" Julia shrieked suddenly. She grabbed my arm. Fernando, I'm only refusing to have kids. Is that really worth a divorce? We agreed you wouldn't pressure me about children. You brought it up in front of everyone today. I only spoke my mind. Don't touch me, you're filthy, I retorted, shaking off her grip. Filthy? Julia shot back, incredulous. Are you out of your mind, Fernando? Her anger flared even more. She had always been proud, and my blatant disdain was clearly unbearable for her. Isn't that the case? I countered. And it was Enrique who brought up the child today, not me. But even if it were me, you should have saved face for me in front of others. Instead, you didn't. Do you think so little of me? Who doesn't know you and Enrique are close? He was just speaking for you, she snapped. And what face do you think you need? I'm the company's chairwoman. It's because I'm your wife that you have any face at all. Once we're divorced, what will you have left? Her face was filled with mockery as she looked at me. I fell silent, struggling to comprehend how she could say such things. Seeing my silence, Julia thought she had me cornered. She pointed at me and said, "Now apologize to Miguel immediately, or I won't forgive you. Fernando loves you so much. It's normal for him to be jealous. He doesn't need to apologize." Miguel chimed in with a tone that seemed understanding but was filled with provocation and smugness. "Did you hear that, Fernando? Miguel is so kind and generous while you're always petty," Julia scoffed. "If Miguel wasn't into women, I might not have even chosen you, because you've been such a disappointment." When I remained silent, Miguel added in a whiny voice, "All right, Julia, don't be too hard on Fernando. Here's what, I'll apologize to him. If he still isn't satisfied, I'll even kneel down and apologize." To my surprise, he actually knelt before me. "Fernando, it was all my fault," he said through tears. "Although I don't like women, I'm still a man in others' eyes. Being around Julia must make you feel embarrassed. That's my oversight. Fernando, I sincerely apologize to you now and promise to cut ties with Julia." Julia's anger only intensified at this scene. She slapped me across the face without warning. I casually brushed her hand away and looked at them coldly. "How could you betray me and still have the audacity to lay a hand on me? How dare you hit me?" she exclaimed, disbelief written all over her face. I met her gaze silently and said, "Julia, I've been away on business for 2 months, while you've been pregnant for 1 month with someone else's child. I really want to know where you get the nerve to bark at me like this." As I spoke, I slapped the pregnancy report against her face. Her complexion drained instantly. Panic filled her eyes, but in a heartbeat, her expression hardened. "Fernando, I'm your wife. How dare you investigate me? Don't you trust me at all?" she shouted. "You're pregnant with someone else's child and can still say that? You really are something." I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. "And just so you know, I never investigated you. This pregnancy report just arrived by courier." Miguel cried out, "Julia, maybe I filled out the wrong address. That's why Fernando got angry. It's all my fault." "It's not your fault," she snapped back at him. "This isn't even a big deal. He shouldn't be angry over something like this." She turned her cold stare back to me and said, "Fernando, it's your own filthy mind that sees everything as dirty. How could she blame me for being dirty when she was carrying another man's child?" Her shamelessness only deepened my disgust. When I found out, I felt a mix of anger and unexpected relief. The truth was I no longer loved her, so her betrayal didn't sting as much as it might have, but Julia's shameless attitude truly infuriated me. "So tell me, where exactly am I being dirty?" I asked seriously. Julia shot back, "The baby in my belly is Miguel's, but we didn't do anything. It was artificial insemination." "So what?" I nearly laughed at her absurdity. "What do you mean, so what?" I pressed. "Fernando, don't you have any compassion? Miguel has faced immense pressure from his family because of his sexual orientation. He wants a child to ease their worries, and since we grew up together, I felt I had an obligation to help him," she continued. "Would you really want to see Miguel suffer under that pressure?" Her self-righteousness was astounding, as if she had performed some grand act of charity. I couldn't help but laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. Julia, we've been married for years, and you wouldn't even consider having a child with me. You publicly declared today that no man is worth the suffering of 10 months of pregnancy. Yet here you are pregnant with another man's child. Where's your dignity? I coldly asked. Julia glared at me and said, So you're still upset because I won't have your child? You're so petty. I'm just disappointed in you. Enough. I really don't want to waste my time arguing with your ridiculous logic. I waved my hand dismissively. I'll prepare the divorce papers and you should hurry up and move out. With that, I turned to leave. Miguel suddenly cried out, Julia, if you two get divorced, our baby will be born into a single-parent household. He was clearly hoping Julia would take this opportunity to declare she'd marry him, thus avoiding any talk of single parenthood. But Julia grabbed me by the arm, with disgust in her eyes, and said, Fernando, stop making a scene. You heard what was said. If we divorce, this baby will be raised without both parents. You can't be so cold-hearted. So what do you mean? I asked. You're suggesting we stay married and raise the child together with Miguel? I wanted to knock some sense into her. It was unbelievable. Miguel jumped in again. Fernando, you don't need to worry about this. Once the baby is born, I'll be around to help take care of it, and then we'll all live happily together as a family of 4. I couldn't help but laugh again in disbelief. Miguel nodded earnestly. Fernando, isn't that a good thing? Good? Are you out of your mind? Julia has no brains. Do you think I'm an idiot too? What normal man would allow his wife to carry another man's child? I scoffed and shrugged off Julia's grip as I headed for the door. Fernando, that's so rude. How can you talk like that? Julia rushed after me. I turned to give her a cold look and said flatly, Julia, we're adults here. Let's keep some dignity and sort out this divorce quickly. Then, I stepped back toward Miguel and looked at his pretentious face before throwing a punch that sent him crashing to the floor, blood pouring from his nose. That punch was a warning. Stay out of my way. I warned him. If I were you, I'd focus on living with Julia the trash instead of bothering me. As I turned to leave again, Julia shouted after me, Fernando, you've lost your mind. How can you hit someone and who are you calling trash? I'm still your wife. Julia lunged at me in one swift motion, but I slapped her across the face hard enough to send her sprawling to the ground. Listen closely, Julia. When I loved you, there were many things I could tolerate, but now that I've stopped loving you, think carefully about yourself and remember how we got together in the first place. Julia seemed unable to believe that I would actually hit her, but as she looked into my eyes and saw my resolve, panic flickered across her face. After leaving the villa, I drove to the spacious apartment near my company. I had purchased this place some time ago but rarely stayed here. After a quick tidying up, I dove into work. The company was currently handling a massive project, and the blueprints were in the final stages. They needed to be completed urgently. In the past, Julia might have affected my mood and hindered my ability to work. However, with her absence, I felt a sense of relief. I pushed through until midnight, finishing the final touches on the project. After a few hours of sleep, I headed straight to the office. Such a significant project required the final design draft to be presented at the board meeting. In the conference room, while discussing project issues with the board members, the door was suddenly flung open. Julia stormed in with Miguel and a dozen security guards. Miguel was dressed in a well-tailored suit, no longer appearing effeminate. His face radiated smugness. Fernando, you're fired. Leave now. Miguel pointed at me as if I were a dog being shooed away. My laugh was nearly uncontrollable as Miguel pointed at me, declaring my dismissal as if he were on a theatrical stage. The meeting room, previously silent, now filled with confused looks and murmurs. The board members, people who knew my work well, exchanged glances, unsure how to react to the absurd scene unfolding before them. I took a deep breath, composing myself. I looked directly at Miguel, who wore his usual smug smile, and said with as much calm as I could muster, Miguel, I don't know who gave you this illusion of power, but this company is mine, and there's nothing you can do to remove me. He blinked a few times, clearly unsettled by my calm tone. But before he could open his mouth, I continued, "Oh, and by the way, storming into a private meeting with security guards isn't just against company policy. It's a crime. I'll enjoy suing you for trespassing and public harassment." His face turned red with anger, but he still tried to maintain his composure. "Fernando, this is ridiculous. Julia and I own the company now. She transferred her shares to me, and I'll run things my way." That was when I noticed Julia standing behind him, wearing the same contemptuous expression she had shown before. Arms crossed, she radiated superiority. "Did you really think I wouldn't have a plan, Fernando? While you worked day and night, I made sure everything would fall under my control, and now you're out." It was unbelievable. Julia, the woman I had shared my life with for years, now stood beside Miguel, actively trying to destroy everything I had built. Yet instead of exploding in anger, I smiled, a cold, ironic smile. "You two really think you caught me off guard, don't you?" I said, pulling out my phone and scrolling through my gallery. "First of all, Julia, you seem to have forgotten a small detail. The transfer of shares you're bragging about was done illegally because our marriage agreement includes a clause prohibiting the sale of shared assets without my consent. And as far as I can see, you never consulted me about this." Julia's face paled for a moment but quickly recovered. "That doesn't matter. I have proof that you're not a trustworthy husband. Do you think no one will believe me?" At that moment, I connected my phone to the projector in the room and began playing a video. It was a recent recording of a conversation between Julia and Miguel, captured by a device I had placed in the house days before I moved out. In the recording, Julia outlined her plans to deceive the company, transfer the shares, and ultimately get rid of me. Julia's panicked expression as the video played was priceless. Miguel, on the other hand, began visibly sweating. This doesn't prove anything," he stammered, his voice trembling. "You can't use private recordings against us." "Oh, but I can," I replied calmly. "Especially when they prove you're attempting fraud. I've already sent all this to my lawyer, and he's handling the rest." The meeting room was completely silent. The board members now looked at Julia and Miguel with obvious disdain. My tone hardened. "Julia, Miguel, you may try to destroy what I built, but you won't succeed. And now that I have enough evidence, not only will you lose this company, but you'll also face legal consequences." Julia tried to speak, but I raised a hand to stop her. "Enough. This is over for both of you. I'll make sure everything you've done is exposed." The security guards, who had been standing like statues, began shifting uncomfortably, unsure of what to do. Then one of the board members, an older and respected man named Augusto, stood and spoke for the first time. "Fernando, I believe everyone here agrees that your leadership is indispensable. You have our full support to resolve this situation." With Augusto's authority backing me, Julia and Miguel began verbally attacking each other, each blaming the other for the fiasco. I left the meeting room, letting them drown in the chaos they had created. In the following days, the share transfers were reversed, and Julia was formally charged with fraud and violating our marital agreement. Miguel, attempting to escape the accusations, fled but was soon found hiding in a cheap apartment. As for me, I regained full control of the company, and for the first time in months, I felt I had complete autonomy over my life. Not only was I free from a woman who never respected me, but I had also exposed her true nature and that of her accomplice who tried to play the villain. Today, I look back with no regrets. Julia and Miguel destroyed themselves while I rebuilt my life, stronger and more determined than ever. Above all, I proved that no one crosses me without consequences. The silence in the meeting room was almost palpable, broken only by Miguel's authoritative voice. "Fernando, you're fired. Leave now." He pointed at me as if I were a dog being shooed away, and Julia, standing beside him, wore that smug smile only she could manage, the smile of someone who believed they had already won. I took a deep breath. My initial instinct was to explode, but I knew that would only give them the spectacle they were hoping for. Instead, I straightened my posture and looked around. The board members appeared visibly uncomfortable with the way the meeting was unfolding. Some frowned while others murmured amongst themselves. There was no indication that they agreed with how Miguel and Julia were handling the situation. "With all due respect, Julia," I began, directing my gaze at her and Miguel. "Of course," I paused strategically, letting my words hang in the air. "I understand that both of you want to humiliate me publicly, but before I leave, I believe I have the right to defend myself and clarify a few things." Julia rolled her eyes. "Fernando, please. You're not important enough to need an explanation." "Am I not?" I shot back with a cold smile. "Perhaps not to you, but to this company, to the work I've done over the years. I believe my contributions speak for themselves. And more importantly, I think the board deserves to know why you're trying to turn a personal issue into a professional one." This seemed to capture the board's attention. One of them, Mr. Augusto, who had always remained neutral, raised his hand. "Julia, I believe Fernando has the right to speak, given the potential impact of this decision on the company." Julia huffed, clearly irritated. "If that's what you want, then let him speak, but he's only wasting our time." Ignoring her comment, I began, "Over the past few years, I've dedicated my life to this company. My contributions, as many of you know, have been significant to the growth of major projects. I've never brought personal problems into the workplace, but unfortunately, the same cannot be said about Julia and Miguel." Miguel tried to interrupt, but I continued without giving him a chance. "What's happening here has nothing to do with my performance or my professional conduct. This attempt to fire me is a personal retaliation. Julia is my wife, or at least she was, until I discovered that she was pregnant by another man while I was away on a business trip, and that man is Miguel." I made sure to look directly at him as I said it. The murmurs in the room grew louder. Some board members looked surprised. Others seemed uncomfortable. "And what does that have to do with your professional conduct?" Julia retorted, trying to regain her composure. "You assaulted Miguel, and in our home. That's unacceptable inside or outside of work." "Oh, so that's what this is about?" I asked, feigning surprise. "You're trying to use a personal issue to justify firing me, even though my professional conduct is impeccable? Interesting. Perhaps the board should consider who is truly acting outside professional boundaries here." Mr. Augusto interjected again. "Julia, I'm hearing very concerning things here. I believe the board needs to seriously discuss your conduct as president." Julia's face turned red. "You can't be serious. I'm the president of this company. Everything I've done has been to protect it. And bringing security guards into a board meeting, trying to fire a respected employee for personal reasons. Does that seem like protection to you?" Augusto shot back. The vote was swift. The majority of the board decided to remove Julia from her position as president for the good of the company. She stormed out of the room, furious, dragging Miguel behind her. Miguel, for his part, couldn't stop throwing angry glances my way. In the following days, Miguel's lawsuit for homophobia was officially filed, but with the evidence I had gathered and the witnesses who supported me, the case was quickly dismantled. The court not only dismissed the accusations but also highlighted that the attempt to use a personal conflict to defame me was in itself an abuse of the judicial system. Miguel left the courtroom humiliated, and the impact of his defeat resonated both inside and outside the company. Meanwhile, Julia's departure left the presidency vacant, and the company needed someone capable of restoring stability. After a week of scandals, the board members, aware of my track record of contributions and the professional manner in which I had handled the situation, began discussing a definitive solution. It was during an extraordinary board meeting that my life took an unexpected turn. Mr. Augusto, who had shown himself to be my ally from the beginning, took the floor. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is undeniable that Fernando has demonstrated integrity, confidence, and commitment to this company, even amidst a storm of personal issues unjustly brought into the workplace. I propose that he be appointed as the next president." The proposal was met with nods of approval and praise. Several board members mentioned specific projects I had led and how my conduct, even in the face of adversity, had been exemplary. The vote was unanimous. When my appointment was announced, I was speechless for a few moments. I deeply appreciate the trust you all have placed in me, I said, trying to hold back my emotions. I promise to repay it with dedication and results. I know the recent events have been difficult for everyone, but I am committed to restoring trust and leading this company to new heights. With my appointment formalized, I immediately began working on initiatives to rebuild the company's reputation and stabilize the workplace environment. I restructured teams, implemented stricter ethics policies, and created a safe channel for employees to report issues without fear of retaliation. Miguel attempted to maintain a presence in the company for a while, but his credibility was shattered, and he eventually resigned a few months later. Julia, on the other hand, disappeared from the corporate scene and never again attempted to interfere in my path. Today, looking back, I feel a mix of gratitude and satisfaction. Gratitude for those who believed in me when everything seemed lost, and satisfaction for having won in a fair and just manner. Now, as president, I work every day to ensure that no one else goes through what I endured, and to help the company thrive based on solid values and mutual respect. If this experience taught me anything, it is that integrity and truth always find a way to prevail. Months had passed since everything unfolded, and my life had finally found its rhythm. The company was thriving under my leadership, and the peace I had longed for had settled in. Julia and Miguel were nothing more than a closed chapter, or so I thought. I truly believed I would never hear about them again until one day, I received a message from a former colleague. "Fernando, you won't believe what just happened. Julia and Miguel are caught up in an even bigger scandal." Curious, I replied immediately, asking for more details. That's when he told me. Julia's baby had been born, but a few months later, she decided to betray Miguel, and the situation had become very public. The most absurd part? She was now suing Miguel, demanding child support for the baby. When I heard this, I couldn't stop myself from bursting into loud, genuine laughter. It was almost unbelievable that the same woman who had schemed so much to bring me down was now tearing apart her own accomplice. Her move was direct and ruthless. She had used Miguel just like she tried to use me, and in the end, he faced the same fate she had planned for me. Total humiliation. It was a strange but deeply satisfying feeling. The revenge I didn't even have to plan turned out to be much sweeter than anything I could have imagined. Watching Julia and Miguel destroy each other was, without a doubt, far more gratifying than the day Julia was removed from the presidency. It was the ultimate proof that the universe has a delightfully ironic way of delivering justice. I laughed a lot that day. Then I returned to work with a smile that didn't fade for hours. After all, some battles are best won by simply watching from a distance. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name is Brian. I'm 32, and for the past 7 years, I've been the unofficial safety net for my entire family. I never thought of myself as someone who took care of everyone, but looking back, that's exactly what I've been doing. Whenever my younger brother, Jason, couldn't make rent, I covered it. When Mom's car broke down, I paid for the repairs. When Dad's consulting business had a slow month, I slipped him a few hundred just until the next client comes through. I never complained, not once. I told myself it was what a good son and older brother should do. Help out when he could. And I could. I have a decent tech job. I live well below my means. And helping them never seemed like a big deal until last Sunday. We were all sitting in my parents' living room, Mom, Dad, Jason, and me half watching a football game on TV. It was one of those lazy Sunday afternoons where the house smelled like coffee and the hum of the game was the only noise. Out of nowhere, Jason turned to me with this smug little grin and said, "So, Brian, where's your wife and kids? All right, you don't have any." Mom actually laughed. Dad chuckled under his breath, and Jason leaned back like he'd just delivered a killer punchline. I sat there for a second, stunned. Normally, I let stuff like that slide. Jason's always been the golden boy. Younger, more charismatic, the one who somehow turns every bad decision into a charming anecdote. I've heard my fair share of digs from him over the years, but something about the way he said it this time, with that smug little grin and everyone else laughing along, hit me harder than usual. I forced a smile and said, "Yeah, no kids." But inside, it felt like something snapped. The next few minutes were a blur of casual conversation and lighthearted jokes. but my mind was somewhere else entirely. I kept thinking about every time I'd bailed Jason out, every time I'd gone without a vacation so Mom and Dad wouldn't lose the house, every time I'd skipped something for myself so they could have what they needed. And here they were, laughing at me like I was some kind of punchline. When the laughter died down, I turned to Jason and, in the calmest voice I could manage, said, "Where's your money?" "All right, I've been supporting you until today." The room went dead silent. Jason's grin faltered. Mom's eyes widened. Dad leaned forward like he wasn't sure he'd heard me right. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't yell, but the way I said it landed like a hammer on the coffee table. And that's when everything started to shift. For a few seconds after I said it, you could have heard a pin drop. It was the first time I had ever spoken to them like that. Not with anger, but with finality. Jason was the first to recover. He leaned forward, that grin sliding back onto his face, though it looked a little more forced this time. "Wow," he said, chuckling. "Touchy much?" "It was just a joke, Brian." Mom gave a nervous little laugh and patted my knee like she was trying to smooth things over. "You know your brother? He's just teasing. Don't take it so seriously." I didn't answer right away. I just stared at Jason, feeling that hot pressure in my chest that I'd been ignoring for years. "A joke," I finally said. "Right?" Dad shifted in his chair. "Look, Brian, we appreciate what you do for this family, but there's no need to get dramatic. Jason's young. He's just having fun. You can't expect him to be as responsible as you." That line, "You can't expect him to be as responsible as you," was like gasoline on a fire. I'd heard variations of it my entire life. Jason wasn't held to the same standards I was. Jason didn't have to get straight A's in school. Jason didn't have to pay rent when he moved back home after dropping out of college. Jason didn't have to do anything but show up, flash that charming smile, and the world bent around him. And apparently I was supposed to keep enabling it. I didn't argue then. I just stood up, grabbed my jacket and said, "I'll see you later." I didn't slam the door on my way out, but I wanted to. That night, I went home and sat at my kitchen table with my laptop, looking over my bank statements. Thousands, no, tens of thousands of dollars had gone to my family over the years. Rent for Jason, bills for my parents, emergencies that somehow never got paid back. I had brushed it off every time because I thought I was doing the right thing. But sitting there staring at the numbers, I realized something. I had made it way too easy for them. The next week was quiet, but not in a good way. I got a couple of texts from Mom. "You okay?" And Jason didn't mean it. You know how he is. But I didn't reply. I needed space to think. By Thursday, I was starting to feel a little better, a little more grounded, when I got a call from Dad. "We need to talk," he said. I sighed. "About what?" "About the bills. The mortgage is due, and I know you usually cover the difference. You haven't sent anything this month." I felt that hot pressure in my chest again. "Yeah," I said slowly. "I'm not doing that anymore." There was silence on the other end for a beat. And then Dad said, "What do you mean you're not doing that anymore?" "I mean," I said, "that I'm done paying for everything. I'm done being the backup plan. I'm done being laughed at while I bankroll everyone else's lives. Brian, you can't just stop. Your mother and I rely on that money." "That's the problem," I said. "You shouldn't." He started to get angry then. I could hear it in his voice, that low rumble he used when I was a kid. And he wanted me to know I'd crossed the line. "You're being selfish. This family has always supported each other." I almost laughed at that. "Has it?" I asked. "Because I don't remember anyone supporting me. I just remember being told I had to take care of everyone else." Dad hung up without another word. That weekend I got invited, well, more like summoned, to Sunday dinner. I almost didn't go, but some stubborn part of me wanted to see what they had to say. When I walked into the house, I could feel the tension like a wall of heat. Mom was setting the table with extra force, like each plate had personally offended her. Dad was sitting at the head of the table, arms crossed, face like stone. Jason was leaning against the counter, scrolling on his phone like he didn't have a care in the world. Dinner started quietly enough, but halfway through, Mom finally said, "Brian, we can't keep going like this. Your father and I have bills. Jason has his student loans. I cut her off. Jason dropped out of college. She blinked, surprised, but kept going. And you make more than enough to help out. You've always done it before. That was before, I said. Before I realized I'm the only one here actually trying to be an adult. Jason looked up from his phone, then smirking, "Oh, so now you're better than us because you've got some money?" I turned to him, my voice sharp. "No, I'm better than you because I work for it. You sit around all day pretending you're figuring your life out while you burn through my paycheck." Jason rolled his eyes. "Whatever, you're still single. Can't be that great of a life." That was the moment something inside me just settled. I wasn't angry anymore. I was done. Done explaining. Done defending. Done playing the role they had written for me since I was a kid. I put my fork down, looked around the table and said very calmly, "I'm not paying for anything else. Not the mortgage, not Jason's rent, not the car insurance, nothing. If that means you lose the house, that's on you." Mom gasped. Dad slammed his hand on the table. "Don't talk like that in this house," he barked. I stood up. Then maybe I shouldn't be in this house. I walked out before they could stop me, my heart pounding, but my head clearer than it had been in years. The next day, the calls started. Mom, Dad, even Jason, all leaving voicemails about how I was tearing the family apart, how I was choosing money over them, how I didn't understand the pressure they were under. I listened to every single one, sitting at my kitchen table again, and for the first time in my life I didn't feel guilty. But I could feel it coming, the next step. The moment when the pressure wouldn't just be words on a voicemail, the moment they would try to force me back into my old role. And when it came, I was ready. The voicemails kept coming all week. And by Friday, I had stopped even listening to them. I'd go through my day with my phone on silent, see the missed calls piling up, and feel a strange mix of dread and relief. Dread because I knew something was coming. Relief because for the first time in years, I wasn't rushing to fix everything. But Sunday morning, I got a text from Mom that was short and direct. "We're coming over." My stomach sank. I considered ignoring it, pretending I wasn't home, but I knew that wouldn't stop them. And sure enough, 20 minutes later, I heard a knock at my door. Not a polite knock, but the kind that carries an unspoken message, "Open up." When I answered, Mom was standing there with that tight smile she used whenever she was pretending everything was fine. Dad was right behind her, looking grim, and Jason trailed in last, wearing a hoodie and looking like he just rolled out of bed. "Brian," Mom said, brushing past me into my apartment. "We need to talk." I shut the door and followed them into the living room where they all sat down like they owned the place. "We can't keep doing this," Dad said without preamble. "We're 3 months behind on the mortgage now. The bank is calling. If you don't help us, we could lose the house." I leaned against the doorway, arms crossed. "I told you. I'm done." Mom's face tightened. "You're being unreasonable. This is your family's home. You grew up there." "Yes," I said, "and I'm not going to bankrupt myself to keep it because no one else is willing to step up." Jason snorted. "You act like you're some saint. You make good money. It's not like you're hurting. Why not just do the right thing and help?" "Because," I said, my voice sharper than I intended, "it's not help anymore. It's expected. You all sit around waiting for me to save the day every time, and I'm done doing it." For a moment, no one said anything. Then Mom took a deep breath like she was steadying herself and said, "Fine. If you won't do it voluntarily, we've already taken care of it." I frowned. "What does that mean?" Dad reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a folder, setting it on my coffee table. "We went to the bank," he said. "We co-signed your name on a home equity line of credit. The funds are already transferred. The house is safe for now." My stomach turned to ice. "You what?" Mom rushed to explain, her voice rising. "We had to. They were going to start foreclosure proceedings. We didn't have a choice." "Yes, you did," I said, my voice low and dangerous. "You had every choice, and you chose to forge my signature." Jason spoke up then, grinning like this was all some kind of joke. "Hey, look on the bright side. You didn't even have to lift a finger this time. It's like you're the hero without even trying. I stared at him, my heart pounding. Do you even hear yourself? You just admitted to committing fraud with my name. And you think this is funny? Jason shrugged. It's just money, Brian. Relax. I couldn't sit still anymore. I grabbed the folder and flipped through the pages, my hands shaking. There it was. My name, my information, my forged signature, all tied to a loan I hadn't agreed to. Tens of thousands of dollars that I would now be legally responsible for. You had no right, I said, my voice trembling. None. Dad's jaw tightened. We had every right. This is about keeping the family together. Sometimes you have to make hard decisions for the greater good. I laughed. A short, sharp, humorless sound. The greater good. That's what you're calling it? You stole from me. You used my credit, my name to bail yourselves out again. And you didn't even ask. Mom's eyes welled with tears. We didn't want to put that kind of pressure on you. You've been so stressed lately. I stared at her, stunned. So instead, you just went behind my back. Jason leaned back on the couch, smirking. Honestly, you're overreacting. You've been carrying us for years. What's the difference if you do it one more time? And that was it. That was the moment something deep inside me went quiet. Not angry quiet, ice quiet. The kind of quiet that comes when you stop expecting anything to change and realize you have to be the one to change it. I closed the folder carefully, set it down on the coffee table, and looked at each of them in turn. Get out, I said. Mom blinked. What? You heard me. Get out of my apartment. Dad stood up, his face red. Don't talk to your mother like that. I said, get out. I repeated, my voice like stone. They hesitated, exchanging looks, but something in my expression must have told them I wasn't bluffing because after a moment, they all got up and left. Jason was the last one out, and as he passed me, he muttered, "You're such a drama queen." I didn't reply. I just shut the door behind them and locked it. Then I sat down on the couch, staring at the folder like it might burst into flames if I looked away. This wasn't just about money anymore. This was about trust. Trust they had shattered completely. And as I sat there in the quiet of my apartment, I realized something I hadn't let myself think before. They weren't going to stop. Not until I made them. After they left, I sat in my living room for what felt like hours. The folder was still lying on the coffee table like some kind of cursed object. Every time I looked at it, my stomach knotted. The numbers glared back at me. The total amount of the loan, the interest rate, the payment schedule, and my forged signature. A mocking reminder that my family had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying the conversation over and over in my head. The way Mom had said we didn't have a choice, like it was some kind of excuse. The way Dad had stood there justifying it like it was noble. The way Jason had laughed as if this was all some kind of entertainment for him. Around 2 a.m., I got up and went to the kitchen, made a cup of tea I didn't even drink, and sat back down at the table. The apartment was so quiet it almost hurt. I'd always thought of myself as close to my family. Maybe not emotionally, but in terms of duty, I'd always been there when they needed me. And now I felt like I didn't even know who they were anymore. The next morning, I dragged myself to work, but I was barely functional. My coworkers probably thought I was sick. I just sat at my desk staring at my screen, clicking through emails without reading them. Every time my phone buzzed, my chest tightened. By Tuesday, the voicemails had shifted from pleading to guilt-tripping. Brian, this is your mother. I can't believe you threw us out like that. Your father hasn't slept in 2 days. Jason is stressed out. We did what we had to do. You'll understand when you have a family of your own. That one hurt more than I expected. The implication that I wasn't a real adult because I didn't have a wife and kids. The same thing Jason had mocked me for. Stung more than I wanted to admit. Wednesday, Jason texted me directly. Stop acting like a victim. You're fine. Just pay it and move on. I didn't reply, but by Thursday, the pressure started to feel unbearable. My chest was tight all day, my head pounding, my stomach in knots. I went to bed early but lay there staring at the ceiling, wondering how it had come to this. How I had gone from being the dependable one to being the enemy in the span of a week. That weekend I drove past my parents' house just to see if it was still there. I don't even know why. Maybe to convince myself this was all real. The lights were on. Jason's car was in the driveway. Everything looked normal from the outside. But I knew better. Inside that house, they were probably talking about me, spinning the story into some narrative where I was the villain who had abandoned them. I didn't stop. I just kept driving past the house, past the edge of town, until I ended up at an empty overlook where you could see the whole valley. I sat there for a long time, engine off, watching the sun go down. That was my rock bottom. Sitting in the dark, alone in my car, realizing that the people I had sacrificed for, the people I thought I was protecting, had never really respected me. They saw me as a resource, not a person. A bank account with legs. I went home that night and made a decision. I wasn't going to fix this. Not this time, not for them. Instead, I pulled out my laptop and started researching. I read everything I could about what to do if your identity is used without your consent. I called my bank the next morning and asked to speak with their fraud department. I explained what had happened carefully, calmly, and asked what my options were. The woman on the phone was sympathetic but blunt. It was complicated. Because my name and information were used, and because it was my parents who had done it, this would involve police reports, legal filings, maybe even a court case. When I hung up, I just sat there letting that sink in. If I went down this path, there would be no going back. My parents could get into serious legal trouble. Jason might finally have to face real consequences, and the entire family would probably never forgive me. For a moment, I almost backed out. I almost convinced myself to just pay it off and keep the peace like I always had. But then I thought about Jason's smirk, about Dad's righteous anger, about Mom's tears. Not tears of apology, but tears of guilt-tripping manipulation. And I thought about how I felt sitting in that car, staring at the valley, realizing how alone I was. No, they had made their choice and now I was going to make mine. The next few days were a blur of quiet preparation. I pulled my credit report and locked it so no one could use my information again. I changed my passwords, updated my online banking security, and made an appointment with a lawyer. I didn't tell anyone what I was doing. Not my coworkers, not my friends, not even my aunt, who had always been the one relative I could talk to. It wasn't about revenge yet. It was about survival, about finally taking back control of my own life. But deep down, as I gathered documents and wrote everything down, I could feel something darker growing. A quiet anger, patient and steady, waiting for the right moment to strike. And I knew that moment was coming. Meeting with the lawyer was the first step, and it felt like stepping into a new world. Her name was Rachel, and she had the calm, measured presence of someone who had seen every kind of family drama you could imagine. I sat across from her in her office, clutching the folder my parents had left in my apartment like it was radioactive. "Brian," she said after going through the papers, "this is serious. What your parents did is not just unethical, it's criminal. Forgery, fraud, identity theft. You have every right to fight this." I nodded slowly, my chest tight, but not from panic this time. "I don't want to destroy them," I said. "I just want my name cleared. I want them to understand they can't do this to me anymore." Rachel leaned back in her chair, thinking. "Then we approach it strategically. We can send a demand letter first. Formally notify the bank that you did not authorize this loan. It will trigger an investigation. That alone will put pressure on them. If your parents don't resolve it, we escalate legally." Hearing it laid out like that gave me a strange kind of clarity. For so long, I had felt like I was reacting to them, rushing to fix whatever disaster they created. Now, for the first time, I felt like I was ahead of them, like I had the upper hand. When I left her office, the air felt different, lighter. That week, I threw myself into work like a man possessed. I had been coasting for months, showing up, doing the bare minimum, going home exhausted from the emotional toll of dealing with my family. But now I had a purpose outside of them, and it showed. I finished a big project that had been sitting half done on my desk, stayed late a couple of nights to help my team hit a deadline, and by Friday my manager called me into his office. "Brian, this is excellent work," he said, holding up the report I just finished. "I've noticed a real shift in you lately. Whatever's going on, keep it up." I walked out of that meeting with a smile I hadn't worn in months. For the first time, my life wasn't about just keeping my family afloat. It was about building something of my own. I started taking better care of myself, too. I cleaned my apartment until it felt like a fresh start, stocked my fridge with real groceries instead of takeout, and even signed up for a gym membership I'd been putting off for years. Every evening I go for a run or lift weights, feeling the stress bleed out of me one rep at a time. Meanwhile, Rachel sent the demand letter. The bank acknowledged it within 2 days, and just like that, things started moving. The loan was flagged for investigation. I got a call from the fraud department, this time not as the guy trying to figure out what to do, but as someone taking decisive action. "This is exactly the right step," the representative told me. "Once we verify the signature was forged, we can remove your liability." Hearing those words was like taking my first full breath in weeks. Of course, my family didn't take it well. Mom called crying, "Brian, how could you do this?" The bank called us. "Do you know what you're putting us through?" I listened calmly, then said, "Yes, exactly what you put me through." She went quiet after that. Jason sent me a string of angry texts, most of them saying things like, "You're ruining everything," and "If the house gets taken, it's your fault." I didn't reply to a single one. Instead, I started quietly preparing for whatever would come next. I opened a separate savings account, moved some of my money into it, and set up automatic transfers to build it even faster. I updated my will and beneficiaries, something I'd never bothered with before, and even consulted a financial advisor. "Your situation isn't uncommon," the advisor said when I explained why I wanted to protect my assets. "A lot of people with financially dependent families don't realize they need to shield themselves legally until it's too late. You're doing the right thing." I walked out of that meeting with more than just peace of mind. I had a plan, and as the weeks went by, things kept getting better. I got a raise at work. Nothing huge, but enough to feel like my efforts were paying off. I started sleeping through the night again. The tightness in my chest eased. Even my apartment started to feel different, warmer, quieter. One Friday evening, I found myself standing at my window, looking out at the city lights, holding a glass of wine. And for the first time, I didn't feel that crushing weight of responsibility. I felt free. But under that freedom, something else was building. Not just relief, not just peace, something sharper. Because every voicemail from my parents, every passive-aggressive text from Jason, every attempt to make me feel guilty was fuel. And I wasn't just ignoring it anymore. I was collecting it. I started saving every message, every voicemail, every text. Rachel told me to keep a record of everything. And I did. Not just because it was legally smart, but because each one reminded me why I was doing this. This wasn't about money anymore. It was about drawing a line, about making sure they understood that if they crossed me again, there would be consequences. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I wasn't just going to stop them this time. I was going to make sure they never tried this again. By the time the bank's fraud investigation really got underway, I had already shifted into a different mindset entirely. The Brian who used to panic whenever his phone lit up with a family call was gone. I wasn't scrambling to put out fires anymore. I was quietly stacking the kindling, planning exactly how to light it when the time came. One Thursday morning, I got an email from the bank confirming they had sent handwriting samples and documents to a forensic analyst. The words "suspected forgery" were right there in black and white attached to my case number. I forwarded the email to Rachel, who called me almost immediately. "This is good," she said. "It means the bank is taking this seriously. Once the report comes back, we can move to have your name removed from the loan entirely. And if your parents are smart, they'll refinance it themselves before it goes any further." "Do you think they will?" I asked. There was a pause. Then Rachel said, "If they don't, they're going to find themselves in a very uncomfortable situation." I thanked her, hung up, and sat back in my chair, thinking. The old me might have felt a pang of guilt hearing that. The new me felt something closer to satisfaction. But it wasn't just about clearing my name anymore. I wanted to make sure they never put me in this position again. So I started digging carefully, methodically. First, I checked the county property records. It turns out my parents' house wasn't just behind on the mortgage. They had a second lien on it from a personal loan they had taken out 2 years ago. I didn't even know about that one. The balance was high, the interest rate was worse, and if they didn't start paying it down soon, they were at risk of default. Then I pulled Jason's name in the public records database. What I found didn't surprise me, but it still made my blood run cold. He had 3 unpaid traffic tickets, a delinquent credit card account, and an eviction filing from an apartment he'd lived in last year. All public record, all sitting there like little time bombs waiting to go off. I wasn't going to use any of this yet, but knowing it gave me leverage, the kind they couldn't take away from me. Meanwhile, my lawyer put me in touch with a financial investigator she sometimes worked with. His job was to trace money and build a clear picture of where funds had gone in cases like mine. I handed over everything I had: bank transfers, old receipts, screenshots of Venmo payments, every line item showing just how much of my money had kept my family afloat. When he sent me the report 2 weeks later, I just sat there staring at it. In 7 years, I had given my family nearly $86,000. $86,000. It wasn't just the amount, though. That number made my stomach twist. It was the pattern. The investigator had laid it out in a timeline, showing every payment and what it had been for. It was like looking at a history of every time I'd said yes to keep the peace, every time I'd swallowed my pride to be the responsible one. Rachel called me after reviewing it. "This is powerful," she said. "If it comes to court, this paints a very clear picture of financial exploitation. It shows a pattern, not just a one-time mistake." I thanked her and hung up, my mind already racing. I was starting to see the whole picture now, not just what they had done, but who they really were. And that made my next steps easier to plan. I spent the next few weeks preparing quietly, living my life on the surface like nothing was wrong. I kept excelling at work, even earning a spot on a big upcoming project that could lead to a promotion. I kept going to the gym, kept eating well, kept sleeping better than I had in years. And at the same time, I built a kind of dossier. I printed out the financial report, the bank's investigation emails, the county property records, even Jason's court filings. I put them all in a neat, organized binder and kept it in my desk. It wasn't about waving it in their faces, not yet. It was about being ready. The calls from my parents slowed down eventually, though they didn't stop completely. Mom left one voicemail that sounded almost rehearsed. "Brian, your father and I have decided to put the house on the market if things don't improve. We hope you understand we're under a lot of stress. We'd still like you to reconsider and help out, just until we get back on our feet." I didn't call her back. Jason, on the other hand, started getting more desperate. His texts switched from angry to pleading. "Bro, please. I need help with rent this month. Landlord's threatening eviction. You've got the money. Just one more time. I swear I'll pay you back. This isn't just about me. If I get kicked out, Mom will freak. You don't want to do that to her." I stared at that last one for a long time before closing my phone and setting it face down. I wasn't going to cave. Not this time. By the end of the month, I felt like a different person entirely. The anxiety that had once eaten me alive was now something sharper. A clear, steady resolve. I had the evidence, the legal support, the financial stability. For the first time in years, I felt like I had real power. And the more I thought about it, the more I realized I was done waiting for them to make the next move. If they wanted to play games with my life, it was my turn to set the rules. The day I decided to act was quiet and sunny. One of those deceptively calm mornings where everything feels normal, almost peaceful, right before a storm. I got up early, made coffee, and sat at my kitchen table going through the binder one last time. Everything was there. The financial report, the forged loan documents, the property records, Jason's delinquent filings. It was more than just a stack of papers now. It was leverage. Rachel and I had spent weeks refining the plan. She didn't push me toward court, though she made it clear we had a solid case if we wanted to file. Instead, she suggested we give them a chance to correct it first in writing, formally, in a way that put everything on record. "We'll draft a settlement letter," she said. It'll demand they refinance the house and remove your name from any accounts within 30 days. If they refuse or ignore it, we escalate. But this way, you've shown good faith. And if we do have to go to court, the judge will see you tried every reasonable step first. It was exactly the kind of move I wanted to make. Calm, strategic, unshakable. The letter went out on a Monday. It was 3 pages long, clear and professional, outlining every instance of unauthorized use of my information and every dollar I had been forced to cover over the past 7 years. At the end, it stated in no uncertain terms, failure to comply within 30 days will result in legal action, including a police report for forgery and fraud, as well as a civil claim for financial exploitation. I didn't even have to deliver it myself. Rachel sent it by certified mail. All I had to do was wait. And wait I did. The first call came from Mom 2 days later. "Brian, what is this? We just got your lawyer's letter." "It's not a letter from me," I said evenly. "It's from my attorney. It outlines exactly what needs to happen next." "You can't do this to us," she said, her voice shaking. "Do you have any idea what it will do to your father if this becomes public? Do you have any idea what it's done to me already?" I asked. There was a long pause before she said, "We'll talk about this at dinner. Sunday, please come." I almost said no, but then I realized this was exactly the moment I had been preparing for. Sunday came and I arrived on time, binder in hand. The house felt smaller than I remembered. Cluttered, a little shabby, like the strain of the last few months had settled into the walls. Mom and Dad were waiting at the kitchen table. Jason slouched in a chair off to the side. "Brian," Dad started. "This is ridiculous. You're threatening to drag your own family into court. Over money?" "No," I said calmly, setting the binder on the table. "Over fraud. Over 7 years of being used like a personal ATM. Over the fact that you thought forging my name was an acceptable solution to your problems." Jason rolled his eyes. "Here we go again." I opened the binder and slid the financial report across the table toward them. "This is every payment I've made for you since I was 25. Nearly $86,000. Rent, mortgage, utilities, car repairs, emergencies. I kept you afloat while Jason figured himself out, while you two kept taking out loans you couldn't pay, and I never asked for a dime back." Mom's face went pale. I took out the forged loan documents next and laid them on top of the report. But this is where it stopped being help and started being theft. Dad's jaw worked, but he didn't say anything. Then I looked at Jason. "And you think this is all some big joke? You think you can keep calling me every time you run out of money and I'll just bail you out again? But here's the thing. I've got every eviction filing with your name on it, every unpaid bill, every delinquent account. I know exactly how deep you're in." Jason's smirk faltered. I leaned back in my chair, calm, steady. "Here's what's going to happen. You're going to refinance the house and remove my name from the loan within 30 days. You're going to stop using my information for anything ever again, and you're never going to ask me for money again. If you do, I file this binder with the court and the 3 of you can explain yourselves to a judge." Silence. Finally, Mom spoke, her voice small. "And if we can't refinance?" I met her eyes. "Then you lose the house, and that will be on you, not me." Jason muttered something under his breath, but one sharp look from Dad shut him up. I stood, collected my binder, and walked to the door. "You have 30 days, I said, turning back one last time. "Use them wisely." When I left, I didn't feel triumphant. Exactly. Not yet. But I felt something better. I felt in control. And as I drove home, a strange calm settled over me. Whatever happened next, it would be on my terms. The 30 days that followed were quiet, unnervingly so. No calls, no texts, no guilt-tripping voicemails. For the first time in years, my phone wasn't lighting up with family drama every few hours. First, it was almost disorienting. Then slowly, it started to feel good, peaceful, like breathing fresh air after living too long in a smoke-filled room. Rachel checked in every week, keeping me updated on the bank's progress. 2 weeks in, she called with the news I'd been waiting for. The handwriting analysis came back. The signature was confirmed as a forgery. You are officially cleared of any liability for the loan. They'll issue you a formal letter in the next few days. I sat there at my desk, holding the phone to my ear, feeling something in my chest unwind. So that's it. That's it, Rachel said. From here, the bank will hold your parents responsible for the debt. Whether they refinance or not is up to them. That night, I poured myself a glass of wine and sat on my balcony, looking out over the city lights with a strange mixture of relief and anticipation. The weight I'd been carrying for years had finally been lifted. I wasn't just free, I was untouchable. And then the real fallout began. 2 days later, Mom called. When I didn't answer, she left a voicemail, her voice shaking. They called, Brian. The bank called. They said the loan is now solely in our names. We can't make the payments. Your father is talking about selling the house. I don't know what we're going to do. I listened to the message twice, then deleted it. I didn't feel smug exactly, but I didn't feel guilty either. They had brought this on themselves. By the 4th week, the house had officially been listed for sale. I found out not from them, but from the property records I'd been quietly monitoring. They must have priced it low because it went under contract fast. The following Sunday, Mom texted me again. Dinner one last time. Please come. I hesitated for a long moment before agreeing. Not because I thought they deserved it, but because I wanted to see this through to the end. When I arrived, the house was half empty. Boxes lined the hallway. Furniture was missing from the living room, and there was an air of something final in the air. Mom looked tired, older somehow. Dad was sitting at the kitchen table with a stack of papers in front of him, his jaw set. Jason was pacing, his hands jammed into his hoodie pocket. This is what you wanted, right? Jason said as soon as I walked in. House is gone. We're screwed. Congratulations. I didn't rise to the bait. No, I said calmly. This is what you chose. I gave you 30 days to fix this without losing the house. You didn't. Mom sat down heavily, her eyes glassy. We couldn't qualify for refinancing without you. We tried. We really did. I almost believed her. Maybe they had tried, but it didn't matter anymore. The point wasn't whether they had made an effort. The point was that they had finally been forced to carry the weight themselves. Dad looked up from the papers. We'll have enough from the sale to pay off the debt. Barely. After that, we'll rent for a while. I nodded. Good. That's what responsible adults do. They live within their means. Jason snorted. Easy for you to say. You've always had money. I turned to him, my voice sharper now. I had money because I worked for it. Because I didn't blow it on vacations I couldn't afford or max out credit cards or ignore my bills until someone else had to pay them. Jason looked away, his face red. Mom's voice was small. So that's it then. You're really cutting us off. I took a deep breath. I'm not cutting you off. I'm just stepping back. I'm not your safety net anymore. If you fall, you fall. And you figure out how to get back up without calling me. Silence settled over the kitchen. It wasn't the tense, angry silence from before. This was something heavier, acceptance, maybe. I stood, looking around the house one last time. The house I'd grown up in. The house I had fought so hard to save for so long. You know, I said quietly, I used to think it was my job to keep this house standing, to keep all of you standing. But maybe this was what needed to happen. Maybe losing it is what finally forces all of us to grow up. No one said anything. I walked to the front door, hand on the knob, then turned back one last time. This is the last time I'm coming here. The next chapter of my life doesn't include this house or the version of me that lived in it. If you want to be part of that next chapter, it has to be on different terms, equal terms. And with that, I left. Driving away, I felt a strange mix of grief and relief. The house was gone, but so was the burden I had carried with it. For the first time in years, my future felt like it belonged entirely to me. When I got home, I put the binder back in my desk drawer. Not out of spite, not as a threat, just as a reminder. A record of where I'd been, what I'd survived, and what I'd finally walked away from. As I closed the drawer, I caught my reflection in the dark window and saw something I hadn't seen in a long time. I was smiling. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Alex. I'm 23. And last Saturday was supposed to be one of the biggest milestones of my life. My college graduation. 4 years of pulling all-nighters, juggling 2 part-time jobs, living on instant noodles, and constantly telling myself it would all be worth it. I was the first in my family to even make it to college, let alone graduate. I thought that would mean something to them. A week before the ceremony, I texted the family group chat, "My graduation's on Saturday. Hope you can make it." I'd already sent them the official invite months earlier, but I figured this was a gentle reminder. I watched the typing bubbles appear, then vanish, then reappear. My brother Matt finally replied, "We'll be in Vegas. Maybe next time." "No." "Congratulations?" "No, sorry, we can't make it. Just Vegas." My chest tightened. But before I could even respond, my mom chimed in, "Don't make this about you." I just stared at the screen for a few seconds, my fingers hovering over the keyboard. I could have argued. I could have begged. Instead, I simply typed, "Understood." That word, understood, felt like swallowing glass. It wasn't that I was shocked. Matt's been the golden child since we were kids. The one who could crash Dad's car and still be praised for learning responsibility. I've always been the afterthought. The one who was too sensitive, too serious, too dramatic. But still, a part of me had held on to the hope that this day of all days would be different. That they'd show up, smile, take pictures, maybe even say they were proud. I put my phone down and sat there in the quiet of my apartment. The blinds were half closed, letting in strips of late afternoon sunlight that felt far too warm for how cold my chest felt. I knew my family wasn't perfect. I'd accepted that years ago, but this was different. This was them telling me in no uncertain terms that my accomplishment didn't matter, that I didn't matter. It's funny how little moments from childhood can flash in your mind when you're hurt. I remembered the time I was 12 and won a regional art competition. My mom didn't come to the award ceremony because Matt had a baseball game. One he didn't even play in because he was resting his arm. I remembered sitting in the auditorium clutching my certificate and scanning the crowd for a face that never appeared. That same hollow feeling crept in now, wrapping around my ribs like a vice. I tried to tell myself it didn't matter, that I had friends who'd be there, professors who believed in me, and that I'd built this achievement on my own. But the truth was, a part of me still craved their approval. That gnawing ache of wanting them to care, it never really went away. The days leading up to graduation felt heavier than I expected. I'd be at work folding clothes in the back of the store, and suddenly I'd picture my family laughing in Vegas while I walked across the stage. I'd open Instagram and see Matt's wife posting, "Can't wait for our trip," with pictures of luggage and champagne flutes. I didn't even want to open the group chat anymore. Every unread message felt like a stone in my stomach. By Friday night, the reality had set in. They weren't coming. No last minute. We changed our minds. No surprise appearance. My dad hadn't even replied to my text. And yet, in some strange way, their absence started to feel freeing. If they weren't going to be there, then this day wasn't about them at all. It would be mine. Mine to remember, mine to own. What I didn't know then was that while they were packing for Vegas, something else was brewing in the background. Something that would pull their attention away from slot machines and poolside cocktails. Something that would make them wish they'd been anywhere but where they were. And it all started with a single phone call I didn't expect to get that night. The call came just after 8 p.m. Friday night. I was sitting at my kitchen table trying to iron my gown without scorching it, when my phone lit up with a name I hadn't seen in months. Aunt Lisa. She's my mom's older sister, the family member who's always been sort of on the outside like me. Not because she did anything wrong, but because she never played into my parents' little hierarchy. We'd talk once in a blue moon, usually when she caught wind of something she thought I should know. I answered, and after the usual small talk, her voice dropped lower. "Alex, I just thought you should know what they've been saying about you." It was like a stone dropped in my stomach. Apparently, while I'd been counting down the days to graduation, my mom had been telling anyone who'd listened that I was making too big a deal about it, and acting like graduating is some huge accomplishment. She told relatives I'd been milking my degree for attention and that it was sad how much I wanted people to come. Matt, of course, had added his usual brand of charm, saying that I shouldn't expect the whole family to drop everything for something everyone does. I felt my throat tighten. It wasn't enough for them not to show up. They had to make sure no one else thought it mattered either. Lisa must have sensed my silence because she quickly added, "For what it's worth, I'm proud of you and I'll be there tomorrow, front row." After we hung up, I sat there staring at my phone, my chest buzzing with a mix of anger and resignation. I thought about the time Matt got promoted to assistant manager at his job, a job my dad had pulled strings to get him, and my parents threw him a backyard party with balloons, catered food, and a slideshow. I remembered how they'd posted about it all over Facebook, calling him an inspiration. I remembered how when I got accepted into my college program, my mom's first comment had been, "That's nice, but it's going to be expensive." Saturday morning, I woke up earlier than I needed to. The sky was still pale with dawn, the city quiet, except for the occasional whoosh of a passing car. I made coffee and sat in silence, letting the bitterness in my cup match the bitterness in my chest. I checked the group chat out of habit. Nothing from them. But Matt had posted on his Instagram story a selfie at the airport bar, drink in hand, captioned, "Vegas." My mom was tagged in a picture of her holding a mimosa, beaming like it was the happiest day of her life. At the ceremony, Lisa kept her word. She sat in the front row, waving like a proud parent when I walked across the stage. I smiled for the cameras, but the whole time there was this quiet hum in the back of my mind, a reminder that the people who should have been there most were hundreds of miles away, spending money they didn't have in a city that didn't care about them. Afterward, Lisa insisted on taking me out to lunch. We found a small cafe near campus, and for the first time in a long time I felt seen. We laughed, we shared dessert, she asked questions about my plans, and actually listened to the answers. I didn't realize how badly I needed that until I had it. But just as we were finishing up, my phone started buzzing on the table. It was my mom, then Matt, then my dad. Call after call, one right after the other. I just stared at the screen, confused. Vegas was 3 hours behind us. It was still morning there. Something in my gut told me this wasn't about them suddenly realizing they'd made a mistake. Something had happened. I let it go to voicemail, but the text started pouring in. "Call me now. Where are you? You need to see the news." I could feel my pulse in my ears. Lisa noticed my expression and leaned in, her voice low. "Alex, what's going on?" I picked up my phone, my thumb hovering over the first text, my mind racing. And then, like a ripple before a wave, I caught the first glimpse of what had just turned their entire Vegas trip upside down. The first text that made my stomach flip wasn't even from my mom or Matt. It was from my cousin Jenna. We aren't especially close, but she's one of those people who always seems to know what's going on before anyone else. Her message was short. "You're not going to like what you see. Channel 5. I opened the live stream on my phone, my heart already pounding. The camera showed a shaky shot of flashing police lights outside what looked like a hotel entrance. The news ticker at the bottom scrolled in big block letters. Police raid strip hotel. Multiple detained in luxury suite. The anchor's voice was calm, but had that edge reporters get when they know they've got a big story. I almost dropped my phone when I saw the next frame. It was grainy, but clear enough. Matt in his stupid Vegas shirt being led through the lobby by 2 officers. Behind him, my mom was half covering her face with her hand, and my dad was arguing with someone just outside the shot. Lisa leaned closer. "Is that?" I nodded slowly, my throat tightening. "Yep, that's them." But as shocking as it was to see my family on the news for what the anchor was now calling an investigation into fraudulent casino activities, it wasn't the part that broke me. That came 5 minutes later when the reporter explained how the police had been tipped off. They were reportedly using a stolen credit card belonging to a local college graduate who had reported suspicious charges earlier this week. The anchor said, "It took me a second to process. Local college graduate reported suspicious charges." My brain made the leap, but my mouth still said it out loud as if hearing it would make it more real. They used my card. I'd had my debit card skimmed once before, so at first I thought maybe it was just bad luck. But when I pulled up my bank app, the pit in my stomach turned into something heavier, something hot, like anger. There it was, clear as day, a $1,200 charge at a luxury Vegas hotel, processed the day before. My card, the same one I'd been using to scrape together the last of my tuition payments. My hands shook as I scrolled back through my transactions. There were more. Dinner at a high-end restaurant, spa services, even a helicopter tour. My parents didn't have that kind of money, and neither did Matt. And then I remembered something that made my skin crawl. A week earlier, Mom had called asking for my new address so she could send me a graduation gift. She'd been weirdly insistent about me reading the numbers off my mailbox when I said I wasn't sure of the exact format. I'd brushed it off at the time, thinking she was just being her usual controlling self. But now I realize she must have been fishing for information to reset my online banking security. Lisa must have read it on my face. They stole from you, didn't they? I could only nod. The betrayal sat heavy in my chest, heavier than their absence, heavier than the years of favoritism. This wasn't just them being dismissive or selfish. This was deliberate, planned. They hadn't just skipped my graduation. They'd used it as an opportunity to fund their Vegas getaway with my money. I sat there in that cafe, the sounds of clinking cups and low chatter blurring around me. My mom's texts kept coming in, alternating between frantic demands and feigned concern. Alex, you have to answer. We need to talk about this. They're making it look worse than it is. And then the final gut punch, Matt's message, which I opened without thinking. Don't blow this out of proportion. We'll pay you back eventually. Family sticks together. That was the moment something inside me hardened. Whatever thread had kept me tethered to the idea of family loyalty snapped clean. This wasn't loyalty. It was exploitation dressed up as obligation. And they had just handed me every reason I needed to stop playing the part they'd assigned me since childhood. But before I could even decide what to do next, another notification lit up my phone. One that would turn all this simmering anger into a plan I hadn't even considered before. The notification wasn't from my family this time. It was from my bank. A fraud alert. I already knew what it would say, but reading it made my chest feel like it was caving in. Multiple suspicious transactions detected. Account temporarily frozen. Please contact us. Frozen? That one word was enough to make my stomach twist. I'd been counting on that account to cover rent next week, my phone bill, and the last payment on my student loan before the interest kicked back in. Without it, I had maybe $40 in cash and a small emergency fund that wouldn't last a week. I excused myself from the table, muttering something to Lisa about needing a second, and stepped outside. The air felt heavier now, the late afternoon warmth sticking to my skin as I called the bank. I went through the endless menu options, explained the situation to a tired-sounding representative, and listened as she told me it could take up to 10 business days for the investigation to resolve. 10 days. 10 days of not knowing if I'd be able to pay my bills, buy groceries, or even get to work if I needed gas. I felt this dull, hollow ache in my chest. Not panic exactly, just a heavy weight pressing down on me. When I hung up, I just stood there on the sidewalk staring at nothing. It wasn't just the financial hit that hurt. It was knowing they'd done this, knowing full well how close I was to the edge. They'd watched me struggle through school, working nights and weekends, skipping meals to make rent. And still, they'd taken. I spent the rest of the afternoon in a fog. Lisa offered to help, even tried to insist on paying my rent until the account was fixed. But I couldn't bring myself to say yes. I didn't want another person to swoop in and save me. I wanted to fix this myself, even if I didn't yet know how. That night, I sat in my apartment, the silence so thick it felt like it was pressing in on me. The graduation cap sat on my kitchen counter, the tassel tangled like it couldn't quite fall into place. I thought about throwing it in a drawer, maybe even in the trash. What was the point of celebrating when the people who should have been there had turned it into the worst day of my life? I let myself sink into that low place for a while. I didn't answer calls, didn't look at texts, didn't post anything online. I figured if my family wanted me so badly, they could sit with their own panic for a while. But in the middle of that stillness, something started to shift. Maybe it was the bitterness settling into clarity. Or maybe it was the fact that I'd finally stopped expecting them to change. Either way, I started seeing things differently. They'd taken from me, yes. They'd humiliated me, yes. But they'd also handed me something without realizing it. Proof. Proof of what they were willing to do, how far they'd go, and how little they thought of me. And proof in the right hands could be powerful. I opened my laptop, not to post on social media, not to rant, but to start collecting everything. Bank statements, screenshots of their messages, even the video clip from the news site. I didn't know exactly where this was headed yet, but I knew one thing. I wasn't going to let this slide. If they thought I'd just absorb the hit and keep quiet for the sake of family, they were about to find out I'd learned something very different in my years away from them. Silence can be a weapon, too, if you know how to use it. And I was ready to start sharpening it. The first few days after graduation, I kept my head down. I went to work, came home, and quietly built my case. Every evening, I'd sit at my desk with my laptop and a mug of tea, combing through transaction logs and saving screenshots. My phone stayed on silent. Their missed calls piled up like unanswered debts. But outside of the chaos they'd caused, something unexpected was happening. Life was moving forward for me. The Monday after the ceremony, my department chair called to tell me I'd been recommended for a position in a local startup that specialized in educational technology. It was the kind of role I dreamed about, creative, meaningful, and offering a salary that could finally get me out of the paycheck-to-paycheck cycle. The interview was scheduled for Wednesday, and when I walked in, portfolio in hand, I was a different person from the one sitting in that cafe with Lisa just days earlier. I was focused, composed, and maybe even a little sharper from the quiet anger still simmering beneath the surface. By Friday, I had the offer in writing, more than I'd been making in both my jobs combined. Once I had that offer letter, something in me settled. It was like standing on solid ground for the first time in years. My frozen account was still in limbo, but I knew I had an incoming paycheck that would dwarf what they'd taken from me. And that meant I could think clearly, plan carefully, and not make a single move out of desperation. That's when the shift started, not just financially, but socially. Lisa, proud as ever, told some of her friends about my graduation and new job. Word spread through her circle. And suddenly, I was getting congratulatory emails from people I hadn't heard from in years. Old classmates messaged me saying they'd seen my name mentioned in a local alumni newsletter. It wasn't viral fame, but it was enough to make me realize something crucial. My story was starting to exist without my family in it. I started showing up differently. At work, I volunteered for projects that put me in front of important clients. I reconnected with a few professors who offered to write me glowing references for future opportunities. I even started a small side project, a blog sharing tips for students balancing school, and work that began picking up traction faster than I expected. And the more my life began to expand, the more their world seemed to shrink. I saw it in small ways at first. Matt stopped posting pictures from Vegas. My mom's Facebook went unusually quiet. I didn't ask questions. I didn't need to. They were dealing with something and I had a pretty good idea what. The bank finally called with good news. The investigation had concluded and the charges were confirmed as fraudulent. My account was restored. The stolen funds returned in full. They wouldn't tell me the details about who was responsible. Privacy laws, they said, but I didn't need the confirmation. I already knew. The old version of me might have taken the win and let it go. But the new version of me, the one with a stable income, growing connections, and a public reputation that was quietly gaining weight, that version wasn't in a rush. I could afford to wait, to watch, to plan every step with precision. Because if there's one thing I learned in these last few weeks, it's that power doesn't always come from money or status. Sometimes it comes from knowing you can drop the truth at the exact moment it will cause the most damage and watching the ripple spread. And my moment was coming. I could feel it. It was almost 2 weeks after graduation when the real opportunity presented itself. By then, I had slipped into a rhythm. New job training during the day, blog writing in the evenings, quiet observation of my family's slow unraveling in between. I wasn't pushing anything. I was letting the pieces fall where they naturally wanted to go. The opening came from a place I didn't expect. My new company's legal department. We were in a meeting about data privacy and fraud prevention when one of the senior legal advisors, a sharp, no-nonsense woman named Karen, gave a presentation on how businesses handle internal theft and financial disputes. She mentioned that while banks have to keep certain case details private, victims can access specific records through a legal request if the fraud was tied to a crime reported in public media. The moment she said that, it was like a switch flipped in my mind. The Vegas incident had been all over the news. That meant those records, the ones linking my stolen funds directly to the people in that hotel suite, could potentially be accessed by me. Not just vague suspicions, not just assumptions, actual documented proof. That night, I started researching. I found out that because the Vegas police had made public statements about the raid, I could file a request under Nevada's public records law. If the documents connected the fraudulent card charges to the police report, I'd have everything I needed, not just to confirm it for myself, but to show anyone else who might doubt it. While I was piecing that together, life kept handing me more leverage. My blog's audience was growing fast, faster than I'd planned. A well-known education influencer shared one of my posts on Twitter, and overnight my follower count doubled. Suddenly, I wasn't just some recent graduate trying to figure things out. I was being invited to speak on student webinars, collaborate on articles, and contribute to online panels. My name was starting to mean something in circles my family couldn't touch. That visibility mattered for one reason. Anything I said now carried more weight. If I shared a story about financial betrayal or exploitation, people would listen and they wouldn't just dismiss it as family drama. They'd see it as a cautionary tale, as advice from someone who'd been through it and come out stronger. And here's the thing about my family. They're obsessed with image. My mom lives for Facebook likes. Matt thrives on being the center of attention at family gatherings. And my dad's pride is tied up in the illusion that we're all a picture-perfect unit. They can ignore me in private, but they hate looking bad in public. So, as I drafted the public records request, I started thinking bigger. This didn't have to be a one-step move. Could be a chain reaction. I could time the release of the proof with a story that would ripple through both my growing audience and our extended family. The same people they tried to poison against me before graduation. By the end of that week, the request was filed, the paperwork neatly documented, and my online presence stronger than it had ever been. I was in no rush. The longer I waited, the more their silence would gnaw at them, the more desperate their calls would get, and the more it would eat away at that carefully polished image they'd worked so hard to protect. All I had to do was wait for the envelope that would arrive in the mail, the one that would give me the final piece I needed to turn their Vegas getaway into something they'd never live down. The envelope arrived on a Tuesday morning. Plain manila, no frills, just my name typed neatly in the center. I took it inside, set it on my kitchen table, and stared at it for a good minute before opening it. Inside was exactly what I'd been waiting for. The official Vegas police incident report. The language was dry, but the details were everything. The report confirmed that my debit card number had been used to book the luxury suite. It listed the date and time of each transaction, matching perfectly with the charges on my bank statement. It even included surveillance stills from the hotel lobby showing my mom, dad, and Matt checking in. At the bottom under card holder contacted, there was my name in the notation, confirmed unauthorized use, provided statement. It was irrefutable. They hadn't just borrowed my card like Matt tried to frame it. They'd committed fraud, and now it was sitting in black and white in my hands. I didn't rush. That night, I drafted a post for my blog. Not a direct, here's my family's dirty laundry kind of post, but a carefully written piece titled, When the People You Trust Exploit You, My Graduation Week Story. I wrote about the emotional side first. The missed ceremony, the family's absence, the bank account frozen at the worst possible time. I kept it personal, raw, and honest. Then, toward the end, I transitioned into the facts. I laid out the timeline, the charges, and without using their names, described the hotel raid that had been on the local news. I embedded one of the grainy stills from the public report. It didn't need to be crystal clear. Anyone who knew them would recognize them instantly, and anyone who didn't know them personally would still feel the punch of the story. The next morning, I hit publish. The reaction was immediate. My followers flooded the comments with support. People shared their own stories of betrayal, of family members who'd taken advantage of them. The post got picked up by a popular personal finance blog that linked back to my site, calling it a powerful reminder that financial abuse can happen anywhere, even within your own home. Within hours, I started getting texts from extended relatives I hadn't heard from in years. Is this about your family? I can't believe they do this to you. I saw the pictures. I'm so sorry. Then came the fallout on their end. Matt's Instagram went dark. My mom deleted her Facebook entirely. A mutual cousin told me there had been a screaming match at my parents' house. My dad accusing me of trying to ruin the family's name. My mom insisting they never thought it would go this far. Apparently, a few of their friends had already called them out after recognizing them in the still shot from the report. But the part that satisfied me most wasn't the social media silence or the angry voicemails. It was the quiet shift in tone from the very people who'd dismissed me before. Aunts and uncles who once repeated my mom's too sensitive narrative were now openly saying things like, "You've been through a lot and handled it with grace." Lisa, ever the cheerleader, told me, "You didn't even have to name them. You just showed the truth and let people see it for what it was." And that's exactly what I'd wanted. No screaming matches, no dramatic confrontations, just the undeniable facts presented to the world in a way they couldn't control or spin. By the end of that week, I had more job offers in my inbox, more speaking requests for my blog, and more messages of support than I could keep up with. Meanwhile, they were stuck in damage control, scrambling to salvage their reputations. And the best part? I still hadn't said their names. That was the power move. They knew I could if I wanted to, and now they had to live with the fact that I might. The silence from my family didn't last long. By the second week after I'd posted the story, the pressure had boiled over. Word had spread far beyond our circle. Parents at Matt's kids' school were whispering. Neighbors were making offhand comments about Vegas. And even some of my mom's church friends had reached out to me privately to say they were praying for me. The first crack came when Matt's job called him in for a conversation. He'd been up for a promotion at the small real estate office where he worked. But after a client recognized him from the photo in my blog post and mentioned it to management, the promotion disappeared. A few weeks later, so did his job. My mom was next. She'd been volunteering as the treasurer for a local community group, the same group she bragged about constantly. The board voted to remove her after members expressed concerns about trustworthiness. Lisa told me my mom cried in the parking lot for 20 minutes before driving off. My dad took the longest to feel the impact, but when it came, it was brutal. His company relied heavily on word-of-mouth business, and several longtime clients quietly pulled their contracts. A couple even cited recent family controversies as the reason. It wasn't enough to ruin him financially, but it left a dent in his pride that I knew would never fully heal. They tried reaching out again, this time with apologies. Half-hearted ones. My mom sent a long message about how family should forgive each other. Matt texted me that he'd learned his lesson, and my dad suggested we move past this. I didn't respond to any of them. Instead, I sent them each a single email with the police report attached. No subject line, no message in the body, just the proof in case they ever wanted to pretend it didn't happen. Life moved on for me quickly after that. My job flourished. My blog became a reliable source of income, and I eventually moved into a bigger apartment in a better part of town. I built a circle of friends who celebrated my wins without trying to diminish them, who showed up when they said they would. As for my family, I heard through the grapevine that they still don't talk about Vegas. They tell people it was a misunderstanding. But the people who matter know the truth. And they know it because I made sure of it, without screaming, without threats, without lowering myself to their level. I didn't need to destroy them. I just had to hold up a mirror and let them watch themselves fall apart. And the best part? Every time they look in that mirror, they'll see me standing there. Cap, gown, and the diploma they didn't bother to show up for. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Adam. I'm 34. And if you ask my family, they'd probably tell you I'm the quiet one. The one who got lucky, the one who doesn't say much but always pays the bill. And for a long time, I let that be true. I've always been low-key, head down, work hard, don't stir the pot. But on my last birthday, something snapped. And I finally realized just how much they took that silence for granted. I'll back up a bit. I run my own business. Nothing flashy, mostly commercial real estate. Took me a while to build up, and while it started out of desperation after being laid off in my 20s, I stuck with it. Now it does well, really well. Enough that I don't worry about money anymore. And enough that, about 5 years ago, I started helping my family out in ways they never really acknowledged but always expected. My parents' mortgage. I quietly started covering it when my dad's health declined and their savings ran out. My older brother, Matt. I co-signed his refinance to keep him from losing his house during his second divorce. My younger sister. I covered her tuition when her scholarship fell through, and I never held it over them. Never asked for thanks. Honestly, I didn't mind. I figured we were family. That's what you do. But lately, things have felt different. It started subtly. Missed calls, canceled plans, birthdays remembered late or not at all. I brushed it off as life getting busy. Then came the excuses. Oh, we didn't think you'd want to come. It was last minute. You're always working anyway. But the truth, they just stopped including me. And yet, the bills kept coming. Can you spot us this month? The furnace went out. We're tight right now, just for a bit. And still, I kept paying. This year, for my 34th birthday, I wanted to do something nice. Not extravagant, just special. I made a reservation at a restaurant I've been wanting to try for a while. One of those places that makes you feel like it's okay to celebrate yourself. I booked a private table for 10. Sent a group message to my parents, my siblings, a couple cousins. Nothing dramatic, just, would love to see you all. My treat. My mom responded with a thumbs up. My sister said, sounds good. Matt left it on read. I should have known. Honestly, the day of the dinner came and I got ready, put on the nice watch I rarely wear, and showed up a little early, nerves buzzing. I even asked the waiter to hold off bringing drinks until everyone arrived. 5 minutes passed, then 15. 30 minutes. I checked my phone. One by one, the messages rolled in. Sorry. Something came up. Rain check. Can't make it. Traffic's crazy. Kids not feeling well. And then Matt, no excuse. Just, no one cares. It's just you. I stared at that message for a while. At first, I thought it was a joke. Matt was always blunt. But this, it felt like something more cold, intentional. And what got me the most wasn't the words. It was the fact that deep down, I wasn't even surprised. I just sat there alone at a table meant for 10, while a waiter tried not to make eye contact, and a couple at the next table whispered, probably wondering what sad story brought a guy to dine alone with 10 empty chairs and a birthday candle waiting to be lit. I stayed for another 10 minutes, ordered a drink, then quietly paid the bill. Yes, for all 10 seats, and walked out. Not angry, not crying, just empty. Like I had finally hit the end of something I didn't even know I'd been dragging behind me. I got in the car, sat for a bit, and scrolled through the family group chat. My dad had just sent a meme. My sister was laughing in the comments. No one mentioned the dinner. No one asked if I was okay. That's when it clicked. They didn't forget. They didn't miss it. They just didn't care because they assumed I'd always be there. That I'd always pay, always forgive, always smile through it. That's when I sent the text. One line, no exclamation point, no anger. Just let's see how you celebrate without a mortgage. Then I turned off my phone. What they didn't know, what I'd kept quiet about for years, was that every payment I made, every dime I covered, was traceable. Not just traceable, documented. My name was on the accounts. I had power of attorney for my parents. Co-ownership of the refinance agreement for Matt and my sister's tuition was through an education trust once set up under my business. Quiet power, paper trails, legal leverage. I hadn't touched it because I never wanted to use it. But that night, as I sat alone in my apartment with the city lights flickering through the window, I opened my laptop, logged into every account, and began. By morning, the mortgage auto payments were canceled. The trust was frozen. The refinance contract was triggered to full repayment terms. The shared family Spotify account gone. The Amazon Prime they all piggybacked off of canceled. I didn't even feel guilty, just clear. For the first time in years, my generosity didn't feel like a quiet burden. Felt like power. At 6:12 a.m., the voicemails started. First, my mom, "Sweetie, something's wrong with the mortgage account. Can you check?" Then my dad, "Hey, I think we got hacked." Then my sister, "Are you awake? My card's getting declined." And finally Matt, "No greeting, just, you're being dramatic. Fix it." And I didn't answer. I didn't even listen to the rest. I just let the messages pile up one after another. And for the first time in a long time, I felt something unfamiliar creeping up my spine. Not guilt, not regret, something sharper. Freedom. And just when I thought they might finally understand what they had done, just when I thought the silence might settle in long enough for them to really feel it, my phone lit up with one more notification. A message from Matt, and it said, "Wow, you're really going to do this to your own family over some dinner party pity tantrum? Grow up." I stared at it. I actually laughed, not because it was funny, but because the audacity had reached a point where it was almost impressive. There it was in black and white, the unshakable belief that no matter what they did, I owed them. That my silence meant submission. That being the quiet one also meant being the doormat. I didn't reply. I just put the phone down and made myself breakfast. Bacon, eggs, the works. Played music on my speakers, brewed coffee, and silence. It was weird how come I felt like a fog had finally lifted. The apartment was quiet, but it wasn't lonely. It was peaceful. I hadn't realized how much of my energy was spent managing their messes, waiting for the next ask, the next guilt trip. No, nothing, just quiet. Around noon, I opened my email. That's when the panic started trickling in. First, a message from my parents' bank. My dad had tried to reset the auto payment settings and called the branch when he couldn't. He hadn't realized that I had full control as power of attorney. They wouldn't let him make changes without my sign-off. The email was polite but clear. They needed to speak with me. Then one from the college bursar's office. My sister's tuition payment had bounced. Her spring semester balance was flagged for collections if not paid in the next 10 business days. The trust I'd set up had been their safety net. And now it was frozen, locked until I chose to reopen it. And then this one really got me. A message from Matt's mortgage company. Because I was still listed as a co-borrower, any changes to the agreement had to go through me. And without my income factored in, his refinancing terms would collapse fast. They were strongly recommending immediate resolution. They were unraveling fast. That night, my mom called 6 times. Then my dad, then both of them on speaker. I didn't answer. I didn't feel the need to. I sat in the dark sipping whiskey, listening to the quiet hum of the city, and watching their names pop up and disappear. And then at around 10:47 p.m., my phone buzzed with a message from my mom that just said, "Please." I still didn't respond because I realized something sitting there in that quiet apartment. That please wasn't about me. It wasn't about understanding or regret or even love. It was desperation. They weren't sorry for what they did. They were just scared of losing the things I provided. Scared that maybe for the first time, their words didn't work anymore. 2 days passed. I took a long walk, treated myself to a movie, didn't answer a single call. By the 3rd morning, my voicemail inbox was full. I checked a few just for curiosity. My dad trying to sound firm but clearly unraveling. "Adam, this is ridiculous. You've made your point. Now, let's fix this." Matt sounding like he was recording at mid-range stroll. "You seriously think you're better than us now? You think you can just walk away from your family? You're pathetic." My sister near tears. "I might get dropped from school. Adam, I don't have anyone else. Please just talk to me." And that's when I finally replied. Not a call. Just a single message in the family group chat. All I asked was for one dinner. Silence. Then another message. "You made your priorities clear. Now I'm making mine." That was it. Nothing more. I left it at that. But the real shift happened later that night. I got a text, not from my family, but from someone I hadn't expected. My cousin Rachel. We'd always been cool, but she mostly kept to herself. She wasn't part of the mortgage mess or the tuition trust. She wrote, "Hey, I know things are crazy right now, but I just want to say I'm sorry. I didn't know how much they were leaning on you. I should have shown up to that dinner. That was wrong. Let me know if you ever want to get lunch. It wasn't dramatic, just real. And for the first time, I felt seen. I texted back, told her I appreciated it. We set a time for that weekend. As for the rest of them, the silence grew louder. They stopped calling as much, though I'd still get the occasional guilt text from my mom or a passive-aggressive meme from Matt. But I didn't budge. The payments remained canceled. The locks on my financial boundaries stayed changed, and slowly the balance of power shifted. One evening, maybe a week after the birthday, I walked past the restaurant where I'd sat alone. Same table was set for 10. Someone else's celebration now. And I realized something important. You can't force people to value you, but you can stop funding their disrespect. And that's when my phone buzzed again. Another call. Another voicemail. This time it wasn't begging. It was a threat. Matt's voice, low and sharp. You think this is over? You think you can just mess us over and walk away? You have no idea what you've started. I listened to the message twice. Then I hit save because if they wanted to escalate, I was done being the quiet one. I didn't respond to Matt's voicemail, not right away. I wanted to, but I knew better. You don't interrupt someone while they're digging their own grave. Let them tire themselves out. Let them show you just how ugly they're willing to get. Then you make your move. 3 days passed before I heard from him again. I assumed maybe he'd cooled off. Maybe they all had. I was wrong. It was a Friday afternoon when I stepped out of a client meeting and found my phone lighting up with notifications, texts, voicemails, and one email with the subject line, "Legal action pending." My heart didn't even skip a beat. I just stood on the sidewalk, pulled out my phone, and opened the email. It was from some low-budget local attorney Matt must have scraped up. The kind of guy who still used AOL and typed in all caps. The message was full of bluster. Accusations that I had fraudulently seized control of family finances, that I was causing emotional and financial harm, and that if I didn't reinstate all payments within 48 hours, they'd be forced to pursue civil remedy. I almost laughed. It was so sloppy, so desperate, and yet, there was something about it that twisted in my stomach. Not fear, disgust, because I realized with crystal clarity that this wasn't about hurt feelings anymore. It wasn't even about family. This was about entitlement and punishment. Matt thought if he threw enough threats at me, I'd break like always. I didn't. Instead, I forwarded the email to my lawyer, Brian. Brian's the type of guy who doesn't blink. I've known him since I incorporated my first company. He reviewed the message, chuckled over the phone, and said, "Adam, this guy's barking with a paper leash. You've done everything by the book. If anything, we could sue them for harassment." I thanked him and hung up, and for the first time in weeks, I felt something I hadn't expected to feel. Pity. That was unraveling in real time, and he wasn't alone. My mom had started calling again, too, this time with a syrupy voice, pretending nothing had happened. She left a voicemail saying she was worried about me, asking if I was okay mentally, and then softly dropping the phrase, "You know, Dad's health has been rocky lately. We could really use your support again." Right? Support. That old favorite word. Then came the Facebook posts. Matt posted a status. "Funny how money changes people. One day they're your brother, the next they're your bank. And when the bank closes, you see the truth." My sister commented under it with a broken heart emoji. My mom shared it with a caption about loving your children no matter what. Even when they hurt you, they weren't trying to fix things. They were trying to control the narrative. Paint me as the selfish one, the villain, the one who turned his back on his family. And they knew I wouldn't defend myself publicly because I never had. They were counting on me staying silent. So I changed the rules. That night, I didn't post a long rant. I didn't name names. I simply shared a screenshot of my original group message, the birthday dinner invitation, dated and timestamped, and wrote, "I asked for one dinner. They asked for my life, nothing more." The comments exploded. Friends, old classmates, even extended cousins started chiming in. "Wait, this is about that dinner? That's cold. Didn't even show up for his birthday and now they're crying for help?" People only remember who paid, not who paid attention. I didn't say anything else. I didn't need to. The silence from my family after that post was louder than any voicemail. And then something shifted. Rachel, my cousin, messaged me again. She'd seen the post. She wanted to meet for that lunch after all. We picked a quiet spot downtown. Nothing fancy, just casual. When we sat down, she looked me dead in the eye and said, "You're not crazy. You've been carrying them for years. And I think they're terrified that you finally put them down." I didn't expect that. I don't think I even realized how badly I needed anyone, to say that out loud. I nodded, didn't trust myself to speak. She added, "They're trying to shame you into being useful again, but you don't owe them the pieces of yourself they broke." That line stuck with me, and it helped when the next day my dad finally called. He never called, ever. When I picked up, there was a long pause before he said, "Hey, Adam." I waited. He sighed. "Your mother's in a state. Says you've gone cold. That you're punishing us. Is that true?" I wanted to scream. Instead, I asked calmly, "Did you know what Matt said about my birthday?" Another pause. He cleared his throat. "Matt says a lot of things. That's not an answer." He got defensive. "Look, your brother's going through a tough time. 2 divorces, child support, his business. And I've helped with all of that quietly for years." "I know," he said quickly. "And we appreciate it." "No, you don't. You expected it. And when I finally asked for one evening, a couple hours of acknowledgement, you all disappear." His voice got low, tired. "We didn't think it was a big deal." Exactly. That was the point. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I just said, "I need time, Dad, and space. And you all need to figure out how to live without my credit card attached to your lives." He muttered something I didn't catch. Then, "So that's it for now?" I said, "Yeah." I hung up, and that should have been it. A pause, a silence, a reset. But it wasn't, because the next morning I got a notification from the refinance bank. Matt had tried to remove me from the loan illegally, and now they were contacting me with documents, flagged transactions, and a warning. If this continues, we will be forced to pursue legal action against both parties. So Matt wanted to play hardball. Fine. He just forgot who paid for the gloves. I didn't get angry when I saw the bank's message. I didn't slam the laptop shut or start pacing the apartment like I might have in the past. I just sat still, read the message twice, then leaned back in my chair. The audacity wasn't surprising anymore. It was routine. But this time, Matt had crossed a legal line. He wasn't just lying or guilt-tripping or whining. He had tried to falsify documentation and remove me from a binding agreement that legally tied both of us to his mortgage. And I had receipts, years of them. That night, I called Brian again. My lawyer didn't even sound surprised when I explained what happened. "He tried to forge your signature?" Brian asked. "Tried. The bank flagged it before anything could go through." Brian exhaled slowly. "Then it's not just fraud, it's attempted fraud. We can build a solid case here. You ready to go forward?" I hesitated, not because I had doubts, but because I still, somewhere deep down, wished it hadn't come to this. This wasn't some random scammer. It was my brother, my family, people I grew up with. But over the past few years, especially this last month, they'd proven one thing consistently. They didn't see me as family. They saw me as a wallet. And the second that wallet said no, they stopped pretending. I took a breath. Let's do it. Brian got to work. Within a week, he filed a cease and desist letter against Matt and his lawyer. The bank froze all activity on the refinance agreement pending an internal investigation. And once they saw the forged documents and compared them to the originals I had on file, signed, dated, notarized, they cut ties with Matt completely. The loan was voided. And because I had agreed to co-sign only under the premise of joint control, his attempt to remove me without consent was a breach of the agreement. In short, the bank pulled out fully. And they didn't just reassign the loan, they foreclosed. Matt lost the house. He tried calling me 12 times in one day, left voicemails switching between rage, begging, insults, and finally pathetic lines like, "You didn't have to go this far, man." But I never answered. I never replied. And I never felt guilty because I hadn't gone too far. I had only matched the distance he was willing to go when he thought I'd never push back. The fallout didn't stop with Matt. My parents were next. See, once Matt's mess made waves, it triggered a full financial domino effect. My parents had no backup plan. I had been covering their mortgage for so long, they had forgotten how to budget without it. And when their automatic deductions stopped, their credit tanked. They started falling behind fast. I knew this not because they told me, but because I still had access to their account statements through the power of attorney they had signed years ago. They had handed me full control when Dad got sick and they never revoked it. Now, as the bank sent warnings and late payment notices, I could see everything. They tried to sell their car, then their furniture. Then they started pulling small amounts from retirement, hoping to float just long enough for me to come around. I didn't. Instead, I drafted a formal letter through Brian, revoking my power of attorney and severing all legal and financial ties with them. I attached a detailed summary of the payments I had made over the years, mortgage, utilities, credit cards, even small things like groceries and medication, and wrote plainly, "This is what I gave. This is what I got in return, or even now." I didn't mail it. I left it on their front doorstep in a sealed envelope with a copy of the birthday dinner invite tucked inside. 2 days later, I got a text from my mom. Just one word, "Why?" I didn't respond, but I did finally block their numbers. Not out of anger, not even out of revenge. I did it for peace. I think that's what most people misunderstand about walking away. It's not always about getting back at someone. Sometimes it's about preserving what little of yourself you have left. And I had given so much of myself, my time, my money, my silence, my energy, that I didn't even realize I was running on fumes until I stopped. And suddenly, I could breathe again. A month passed. Then 2. Life got quiet, blissfully so. I started going to the gym again, reading more. I reconnected with old friends I'd lost touch with. I even started seeing someone who didn't know anything about the drama. Just someone who laughed at my jokes and listened when I talked and didn't expect anything more from me than my time and honesty. Felt strange. Felt real. But the real shift came on a random Thursday while walking downtown when I bumped into Rachel again. She was with a friend and introduced me with a grin. "This is Adam, the guy who finally stood up for himself." We laughed, but it stuck with me. That's who I had become. Not just the guy with the money, not the quiet one, the guy who finally said enough. And that mattered more than anything. Matt, as far as I know, moved back in with an old college buddy and was trying to rebuild. My sister dropped out of school and took a job at a local boutique. My parents, well, I heard from a cousin that they're renting now somewhere on the other side of town. I don't know the details. I don't want to, because I'm not their safety net anymore and they're not my responsibility. My birthday this year, I didn't book a table. I didn't invite anyone. I went to a beachside cabin for the weekend with someone who actually cared. We drank wine, grilled steaks, and watched the sun dip behind the waves in silence. And for the first time in my adult life, I didn't feel guilty for celebrating myself. I didn't feel selfish. I felt free. So yeah, that was the year I lost my family and found myself. And I'd make that trade again in a heartbeat. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My dad said, "We're skipping your kid's birthday. Money's tight." I believed him. Then I saw his live stream. Bounce house, clowns, piles of gifts for my sister's kids. My son asked quietly, "Mom, don't they need me?" I snapped a photo of their rent check and typed, "Return to sender." By 9 a.m., my dad knocked on my door for 20 minutes until My dad told me a week before my son's birthday that they wouldn't be coming. Said money was tight. I believed him because that's what you do when it's your dad. You believe him even when it feels off, and it did feel off. I told them we didn't need to do anything big. I'd already planned something low-key. A few friends at the park, cakes, snacks, balloons from the dollar store. My son just wanted to see his grandparents. He's never been the kind of kid to ask for much. I said if money was the problem, they didn't even need to bring a gift. Just come drink coffee, sit with us, be part of the day. My mom replied with a thumbs up. My dad said, "We'll see," in a separate text later that night. I assumed that meant no, but I still held on to a bit of hope. Then the morning of his birthday came. My son was eating cereal and talking about whether he should bring his scooter to the park. I opened Instagram out of habit, and there it was, my sister's live stream. I tapped it. First thing I saw was a giant bounce house. Bright red and blue, bigger than anything I'd ever rented in my life. Kids were screaming, laughing. Then it panned over to my dad carrying a tray of cupcakes with little custom toppers. Cartoon characters I recognized from my nephew's favorite show. My mom was decorating a table that had gifts stacked nearly as high as her shoulders. Clowns, a magician, face painting, one of those photo booth setups with props. Looked like something out of a Pinterest board. I sat there frozen while my son looked over my shoulder and asked kind of softly if that was Grandma and Grandpa's house. I told him, yeah. He went quiet. Then he said almost in a whisper, "Don't they need me?" I didn't know what to say. I locked my phone and set it face down. My hands were shaking a little. Not from anger, not yet. From something colder, like when you realize the people you keep making excuses for aren't just careless. They're deliberate. He went to grab his shoes, still holding the card he made for my dad. Crayon drawings, 10 years old, and he still drew hearts on it. At the park, my husband did his best. He kept the music going. Grilled hot dogs made everyone laugh. But I was somewhere else in my head. I kept thinking about all the birthdays we tried to include them in. All the times we'd driven across town just so they wouldn't have to. The thousands we'd quietly spent covering their rent, groceries, even my sister's car repairs. And all the while, they made sure her kids got everything. Every single time. That evening, I logged into our email. I pulled up the rent check we sent to their landlord every month. The $950 that had gone out like clockwork for over 3 years. I snapped a photo of the PDF. Then I typed out a subject line, "Return to sender." No explanation, no warning, just that. By 9 a.m. the next morning, I was in the shower when I heard it. Loud, fast, relentless knocking at the door. My husband said it had been going on for 20 minutes straight. He didn't open. When I stepped out, still in a towel, my phone was blowing up from missed calls from my mom, 2 from my dad, a single message from my sister that just said, "What the hell did you do?" I sat on the bed and stared at my son's birthday card, the one he'd never get to hand over, the one I couldn't throw away. Then the sound of the front door handle turning. They had used their old key. The sound of the key turning hit something deep in my chest. For a moment, I couldn't move. They still had it. From years ago, back when my son was a baby, and my parents insisted on having full access in case of emergencies. I never asked for it back. I should have. That was my mistake. The door didn't open fully, just jolted against the chain lock. There was a pause, then a knock, not a gentle one. My dad said my name like he expected me to come running. Said he didn't know what was going on. But we needed to clear the air. My husband stood by the door, arms crossed. Neither of us moved. Then came my mom's voice, soft, fake, concerned. She asked if my son was okay, if we were okay. Like the party with clowns and bounce houses hadn't been streamed publicly with them dancing and laughing just 12 hours before. Like they weren't grinning while my son sat on our couch wondering if he'd done something wrong. I walked back to the bedroom and got dressed fast. When I came out, my dad was still knocking. I opened the door without a word. My husband didn't try to stop me. He knew I needed to hear them say it or not say it. They both looked not sorry, just uncomfortable. Like they'd shown up hoping I'd smooth it over for them. My mom was holding a pink pastry box. I caught the words "Party City" on a plastic bag hanging from her arm. My dad looked down at the floor. I asked him straight up, "Why lie?" He said it wasn't a lie exactly, just poor timing. Said they thought we understood that money was tight and that they didn't mean to hurt anyone. He even tried to say the party wasn't really a party, just a little celebration for the boys starting school. I stared at him, told him they threw a full carnival, that my son watched it live, that he cried when they didn't show up. My mom jumped in saying it wasn't about favorites, that I was being too sensitive and that we could have come if we'd wanted to, as if we'd been invited. Then my dad said the thing that made my stomach turn. He brought up the will. Said if I was really going to make a scene over this, maybe I needed to think about consequences. That it was a shame how some people forget who supported them growing up. That we all make sacrifices. I told them we'd made ours quietly for years. Paid their rent, paid for my sister's car repairs, groceries, emergency dental work, birthday gifts for her twins when they couldn't afford them. We never asked for anything. Not a thank you, not a favor. They never offered. I told them to leave. My dad hesitated, said we were family and family works things out. My husband walked up behind me and asked them again to leave, this time firmly. My mom mumbled something like, "This is ridiculous," and turned to go. Before they stepped off the porch, I told them one last thing. The rent was done permanently. They'd have to figure it out just like we always did. They didn't respond. That day went by slow. My son didn't ask about them. He just played with his toys and asked if we could go to the arcade next weekend instead. I said yes. I told him next year we'd do something even better. He nodded, said he didn't really like clowns anyway. Later that evening, after the dishes were done and my husband was putting laundry in the dryer, I checked my phone. 23 notifications. My sister had posted a screenshot of my email. The one with the rent check photo and the subject line, "Return to sender." Her caption was long and smug. She said I was bitter, that I was jealous her kids were happy and mine was raised in silence. Said, "I ruined a beautiful day with drama and tried to punish our parents for something petty." Then came the comments. Friends of hers, mutuals, a couple distant relatives. Wow, some people just need attention. Isn't she the one who never shows up to anything anyway? So sad when siblings become enemies. I wasn't surprised. Not really. What got me was the message from my aunt buried under the pile. Just one line. "You did the right thing, Nicole. It's about time." But it was too late. I was already the villain. By Monday morning, my phone was a war zone. Missed calls, voicemails, texts from numbers I hadn't saved in years. My cousin from Florida, who I hadn't spoken to since my wedding, messaged to say I was being childish. My mom's sister sent me a paragraph that started with, "This isn't how your mother raised you." My uncle's wife threw in something about how disrespecting elders was never the answer. I didn't reply to any of it. I just muted the group chats and turned my phone over. My husband offered to block them all, but I told him no. Let them talk. Let them get it out of their system. What they didn't know was that I wasn't angry anymore. I was done. That week, I started closing tabs in my life, one by one. First, I emailed the landlord we'd been paying for my parents. Told him any future rent issues were no longer our concern. I CC'd my dad on it. No reply. Then I removed the shared grocery account we'd been refilling for my sister. Deleted the auto payment from our bank. Canceled the Amazon Prime they all used. Changed the password. Changed the Netflix. Changed everything. By Wednesday, I got another text from my mom. No apology. Just, "Your sister is devastated. Her boys are confused. You really hurt this family." I read it while packing my son's lunch. He wanted pretzels that day. I gave him 2 bags. That afternoon, he came home with a drawing in his backpack. It was our little family, just me, my husband, and him eating cake under a tree. He wrote, "The best birthday," in the corner. I asked if he wanted to hang it up. He said, "No, it was just for me." Thursday night, my sister went nuclear. She posted a long Facebook status saying she no longer had a sister. Said she was done trying to include people who didn't want to be happy for her family. Said people who hold money over others don't deserve to be in their lives. That post got nearly 100 likes. Heart reactions. Some people added comments like, "Proud of you for setting boundaries." The irony wasn't lost on me, but it stung more than I expected because for a few seconds I actually believed she meant it, that I really didn't have a sister anymore. I cried in the bathroom quietly, just sat there on the closed toilet lid and let it happen. 10 minutes, maybe 15. My husband never knocked, never called out. He just waited in the hallway like he always does. When I came out, he held up a takeout menu and said, "Pizza or Chinese?" Like nothing had happened. I pointed to the Chinese place. He smiled. Later that night, I opened a drawer I hadn't looked in for years. It had old letters, birthday cards, receipts I kept for no reason. I found the envelope from when we gave my sister $5,000 for her moving costs. Back when she swore she'd pay us back within the year. That was 7 years ago. I opened another file, a spreadsheet my husband had kept of everything we'd covered over the years. It totaled over $15,000. Rent, bills, birthdays, last-minute emergencies, no repayments, no thank yous, just expectations. I stared at that number for a long time. Then I closed the laptop and I said out loud to no one, "That's it." But I knew it wasn't, because karma doesn't knock once. It circles. Friday morning felt hollow. The kind of quiet that settles when a storm is already on the way. But no one wants to admit it. My husband had left early for a meeting. My son was in the living room, half wrapped in a blanket, building a Lego police station with soft humming in the background. I was on my second cup of coffee when the email came in. Subject: urgent notice. Past due rent. I clicked expecting spam. It wasn't. It was from my parents' landlord directly to me. He said there were now 2 months of unpaid rent. That he'd waited because of our previous payment history, but needed to know if we were still supporting the lease. Otherwise, he'd have to move forward with a notice to vacate. I stared at the message for a while. Then I archived it. Not more than an hour later, the calls started again. First from my dad, then my mom. Then 2 more back-to-back from numbers I didn't recognize. I didn't answer. I didn't listen to the voicemails either. Not until the name Marcus popped up. My sister's boyfriend, he left a voicemail saying he just wanted to help mediate, like it was some kind of business dispute. Said it was all just a big misunderstanding and maybe I didn't realize how hard things had been lately for them. I remembered that Christmas when he messaged me asking for $600 to surprise the twins. Said he'd Venmo me back the next week. That was 3 years ago. I blocked him. Then came a call with no caller ID. I answered out of reflex. It was my mom. She didn't start angry. She went with guilt first. Said the boys had been crying. That my sister wasn't eating. That this had gone far enough. Then when I said nothing, her voice changed. She said she was willing to transfer me $1,000 right then if I could just cover this month's rent. Said, my dad was trying to sell a few things, and they'd have it all figured out soon. I asked her what things. She hesitated, then casually said, well, we already moved a lot into storage. A few heirlooms, some furniture, the china set, it's not a big deal. We just need time. That's when something clicked in my head. They were already preparing to leave. Not just move, to lose everything. And they hadn't said a word. Not until the money stopped. Then came the line that gutted me. You owe us, Nicole, for everything we gave you growing up. That was it. I hung up. Didn't say goodbye. Didn't yell, just ended it. When my husband got home, I told him everything. He didn't flinch. He listened, then quietly walked to the hall closet and pulled out a worn folder. The kind we used when we were newly married and trying to keep every receipt, every document, every plan in order. He flipped to the last page and showed me a number circled in red. Our current savings. He said, it's enough scope. Let's buy a house. New district, new neighbors, new everything. Let them burn their bridges. We're not standing on the other side anymore. I didn't even answer. I just nodded. That was the first moment I felt air return to my lungs in weeks. That night, while my husband searched Zillow listings and my son drew spaceships on the back of a takeout menu, my phone buzzed again. It was from my sister. No long rant, no hashtags, no blame this time, just 2 photos. The first was a receipt for a storage unit, 3 months prepaid with my parents' name on it. Address on the other side of town. The second was a photo of a crumpled handwritten letter, the kind of yellow paper my dad used to keep in a drawer for jotting down important notes. It was addressed to me in his handwriting. The photo cut off most of the bottom, but I could make out the first few lines. Nicole, if this is goodbye, then there's something you never knew. Your sister's first birthday. We couldn't afford gifts for both of you. We chose her and we kept choosing. That's where the photo ended. No second page, no explanation, no closure. She didn't send the rest and I didn't ask for it. I didn't open the second photo right away. I watched it sit there unopened like a package I wasn't sure I wanted to touch. My sister hadn't sent any words, no explanation, just the image. And part of me wondered if she even read it before she hit send, or if she sent it just to twist the knife a little deeper. Eventually, curiosity won. I tapped it. The lighting was terrible, but the writing was clear enough. Same yellow paper, same pen, same slanted, slightly uneven letters I'd seen on birthday cards growing up. My dad never used punctuation the way he was supposed to. He wrote how he talked. Fast, incomplete, and usually without the things that mattered most. But not this time. He wrote, "We chose her. We kept choosing her. Not because she needed it more, but because you didn't ask for anything. You were quiet. You were easy. You never complained. It made it easier to keep giving to the one who made noise. That doesn't mean we were right. It just means we were lazy and selfish." I stopped reading and set the phone down for a second. It felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. I'd spent years believing they didn't know, that maybe they were just unaware, that they didn't see how much they gave her while I stayed on the sidelines. But they did know. They noticed. They just decided not to care enough to fix it. I picked the phone back up and kept reading. "I don't know how to undo what we did. I don't expect you to forgive us, but I want you to know that you were the one we should have invested in. You grew up and became the strongest person in this family. I saw it. I just never said it. Not once. And I'm sorry for that. For everything. I always thought there would be time. That was the end. No signature, no goodbye, just those words." I stared at it for a long time. Then I set it aside and walked into the kitchen. My husband was there making popcorn for movie night. He looked over and asked if I was okay. I didn't answer right away. I just walked over, wrapped my arms around his waist, and stayed there. Eventually, I said, "We're never going back, are we?" He said, "No, we're not." The next morning, I forwarded the moving truck confirmation to their landlord. I told him they had until the end of the week. I didn't offer to help them pack. I didn't ask where they were going. I didn't want to know. That same afternoon, my mom texted. Just a short message. "Saw the truck. Thank you. I hope one day you understand." I read it twice, then deleted it. There was nothing left to understand. They understood what they were doing when they did it. Every skipped birthday, every missed call, every Christmas where my son got a sweater and my sister's twins unwrapped entire Lego cities. It was never about forgetting. It was about choosing. And I was done being the one who didn't make noise. By Wednesday, they were gone, moved out. No forwarding address. My sister posted a vague story about starting over and clean slates. I didn't watch the whole thing. Instead, I watched my son in the backyard of the house we were about to buy. It had a lemon tree, a little patch of dirt he could turn into a garden, and a shaky swing set that he'd already claimed as his. He came running up to me and said, "Can we plant carrots?" I said, "Of course." Then he asked if we were still going camping for his next birthday. I told him we were. Just us. He nodded like that was exactly what he wanted. That night, I tucked him into bed and stared at the bookshelf we built together. The one filled with stories he never gets tired of. Stories where the underdog wins, where the forgotten ones rise, where the quiet kids become the heroes. For the first time, I realized that's who I'd become. Not the angry daughter, not the bitter sister, but the woman who chose peace and meant it. The week after they moved out, it was like the air changed. Not just in our apartment, but in my body. I felt lighter. My chest didn't tighten when my phone buzzed. I didn't wake up dreading some emotional ambush from a blocked number or a guilt-drenched voicemail. Silence used to scare me. Now it felt like freedom. We put in an offer on the house with the lemon tree. It was accepted that Friday. When we told our son, he hugged me and said, "Can we bring the Legos?" I told him we'd bring everything, that nothing was being left behind. And I meant it. I thought that would be the end of the story. But karma is funny. It waits. It doesn't always come fast. It doesn't always look like you think it will. But when it arrives, it makes sure you recognize it. 2 weeks after the move, I got a message on Facebook from someone I didn't know. A woman named Trish said she was the manager of a daycare center in a different state. Said she was trying to reach someone in the family because my sister had listed me as her emergency contact. I stared at the message for a long time before answering. Turns out my sister had moved 3 states away. Mark, her boyfriend, had left a week after the move. She was now working part-time at a grocery store and had enrolled the boys at a daycare she couldn't afford. When her payment bounced, they tried calling her, but she never answered. When they went through her emergency contacts, mine was the only number that hadn't been disconnected. I told Trish politely that I was no longer in contact with my sister, that I couldn't be of help. She understood, but 2 days later, the boys showed up at our front door. No warning, no call, just a knock in the early evening. My husband opened it thinking it was a neighbor. Instead, he found my parents and my sister and her kids. They looked exhausted. My sister's face was streaked with mascara. My mom clutched a bag that looked like it had been packed in a rush. My dad didn't say anything. I didn't let them in. She said she didn't know where else to go, that she'd made a mistake, that she was sorry. But I didn't hear the words I needed. I didn't hear, I was wrong. I didn't hear, you didn't deserve this. She just said, you don't understand what it's like. I told her she was right. I didn't because I'd never been given the chance to fall apart. I was always the one expected to hold it all together. My mom tried to push past the door. My husband stepped in, told them to leave. My dad didn't say a word the entire time, just stood behind them looking at the floor. He couldn't even meet my eyes. My sister begged, said they were out of options, that the boys didn't do anything wrong, that they missed me, that they loved their cousin. I didn't cry, I didn't scream. I just said I forgave the debt, but not the damage. Then I shut the door. They didn't knock again. They left. I don't know where they went. I haven't heard from them since. And here's the part no one prepares you for. The sadness doesn't leave all at once. It lingers. It visits when the house is quiet, when birthdays come, when your son says something kind, and you wonder who he learned that from because it definitely wasn't from the people who raised you. But eventually even that fades. We moved into our new house a month later. The lemon tree bloomed. My son planted carrots in the backyard. My husband started painting again. I found myself writing late at night. Not stories about pain, but about peace. About people who choose themselves and don't apologize for it. Sometimes I think about them. About my parents, my sister. I wonder if they still blame me. If they even remember what they did. But it doesn't matter anymore because I learned the hardest truth of all. Some people won't love you the way you need. Even if they raised you, even if they say they do, and you have to let them go anyway. So I did. It's been almost a year since I shut that door. People assume when you cut off family, there's some big dramatic scene, shouting final words, slamming doors. But the truth is, the real ending is quiet. It's in the small things that don't happen anymore. No more waiting for texts that never come. No more bending over backwards to keep a fake peace. No more pretending. We've been in the new house 8 months now. Still smells like fresh paint. My son has his own room decorated exactly the way he wanted. Glow-in-the-dark stars on the ceiling, a bookshelf full of space stuff, and a poster of a robot riding a dinosaur. He's never asked about them. Not once. I don't know if that's because he forgot or because he remembers everything too well. The carrots sprouted in June. We made a whole event out of pulling them. He washed them in the sink like they were gold nuggets. He said, "It's weird that you can grow something from nothing." I smiled but didn't answer. I was thinking the same thing about myself. In August, I got an email from a debt collector, not for me, but for my sister. Apparently, she used my name once as a backup reference. Years ago, they were trying to reach out. I responded politely, stating we were no longer in contact. The collector thanked me. That was it. Nothing explosive, just a thread snipped. Sometimes I wonder if they think I'm cruel. I wonder if they sit in some rented apartment and tell stories about how ungrateful I turned out. Maybe they tell their version of it. The one where I snapped over nothing and walked away from the people who loved me anyway. Let them. Because I've learned that love isn't something you prove by staying. It's something you honor by knowing when to leave. A few weeks ago, my husband and I sat on the back steps sipping coffee while the sun came up. He said something simple, something that stuck. "You don't owe anyone your peace, Nicole." And that's what it was. That's what I'd spent my whole life giving away. My peace to people who never noticed when it was gone. Now I notice everything. My son's laugh in the morning. The quiet hum of our house at night. The way my husband squeezes my hand when we pass each other in the kitchen. The small, quiet life we built. One without apologies, without begging, without debt that will never be paid back. There's no punchline to this story. No twist. Just this truth. Sometimes you grow up thinking you're hard to love because no one ever loved you the way you needed. But the truth is, you were never the problem. They just weren't capable. Now on to the next story. Story 8. At my wedding, my sister tossed the drink at me and said, "Here's to the family fraud in white." My mom rushed to her, saying, "She didn't mean it." I didn't respond. That night, I froze the shared bank account. But at 8:40 a.m., they got the real news. The university had withdrawn her enrollment. Payment failed. My mom called screaming. Everything was perfect until my sister Alyssa walked in. There was this incredible atmosphere, soft, glowing, almost cinematic. People were genuinely happy for us. Not just polite happy, but the kind of happy that comes from knowing you've earned something. The ceremony had gone flawlessly. Julia looked breathtaking. The venue glowed under the soft lights, and for once in a very long time, I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Then she arrived late, loud, and wrapped in white. Not off-white, not champagne or pearl. No, a wedding white dress, long and dramatic. She didn't care. She never does. Alyssa walked in like the whole day had been about her. And somehow, without saying anything at first, she just sucked the energy out of the room. Even the music felt like it dipped for a second. People stared. Someone actually turned to me and asked if it was a joke. And still, we pretended we had to. Julia didn't deserve to have her night hijacked by my sister's theatrics. I kept glancing at her, half expecting her to cry or get upset. But she didn't. She just smiled at people, held my hand, and kept the vibe alive like the absolute queen she is. That made it worse for me, knowing how much effort she was putting in to pretend Alyssa didn't exist. So I matched it. I laughed when I was supposed to. I danced. I thanked guests. I posed for photos I didn't want to be in anymore. All of it felt like walking on glass. What was supposed to be the happiest night of our lives turned into this quiet emotional endurance test because Alyssa made sure we had to act like nothing happened. And we all knew it. We got through dinner, through the dances, through the speeches. People kept asking if I was okay. Some of them noticing, some just guessing something was off. I shrugged them off. I wasn't about to let Alyssa win by turning the night into a mess. But she didn't need a full hour. She only needed 10 seconds. Near the end of the reception, just as things started to feel normal again, Alyssa stood up from her seat with a glass of red wine. The music was low. Everyone was laughing. A few guests were still making spontaneous toasts. I thought maybe, just maybe, she was going to try and smooth it over, pretend to be gracious for the sake of appearances. Instead, she turned to Julia, not me, and said, "Here's to the family fraud in white." And before anyone could react, she tossed the wine. She didn't aim for Julia. She aimed for me. It hit full on. Dark red splashed across my white shirt, soaking through my jacket, dripping down my tie. It was so fast, so deliberate that people didn't even process it right away. My uncle actually laughed, thinking it was a joke before realizing it wasn't. Then silence. A few people stood. One of Julia's cousins dropped her glass. And my mother, God help me, she ran toward Alyssa, grabbing her by the arm, muttering frantically, "She didn't mean it." Of course, she meant it. Alyssa never lets her anger sit quietly. She always burns the whole room just to feel like she's the one standing on the ashes. I didn't say a word. Not to her, not to my mom, not to anyone. I just walked away, cleaned up, changed into the backup clothes I had stored just in case something happened. Not for this, just for a spill or accident or maybe sweat. Not this. And then I came back out smiling again, pretending again, because Julia deserved to remember the night as perfect, no matter how badly my sister tried to poison it. But inside, I made a decision. That was the last time Alyssa would ever humiliate me. After everyone left, after the venue cleared and Julia fell asleep beside me, still glowing, still happy, I stayed up. I logged into the shared bank account, the one Alyssa had access to, the one I had funded for months for tuition, rent, emergencies, everything. The account that kept her life from falling apart while she played at being a victim. I froze it, locked it all down. No warning, no heads up. At 8:40 a.m., her school emailed her. Final payment bounced. Enrollment withdrawn. At 8:41, my phone rang. It was my mother screaming. I didn't answer the call. Not right away. I watched it ring while I sat at the kitchen counter sipping coffee. Julia was still asleep upstairs, and I didn't want to bring this chaos into our first full day as a married couple. The moment I picked up, it would start. The questions, the guilt-tripping, the fake concern layered over rage. My mom would start with how devastated Alyssa was, then pivot to how I had overreacted. That's how it always went. So I let it go to voicemail. Then she called again and again. By the fifth missed call, a text came through. One sentence. Ask her, "What did you do to your sister?" As if I had done something. I responded with a single word. Nothing. Because I really hadn't. Not until now. And even this didn't feel like revenge. Felt like correction. For too long, I had bent over backward to keep Alyssa's life from crumbling. She blew her savings last year on some pyramid scheme her friend got her into. I bailed her out. She missed the grant deadline for school. I covered tuition. She crashed her car and didn't have insurance. I helped her find a rental. She never said thank you, just acted like it was owed to her. But what she did at the wedding, that crossed into something else. And for once, I let her deal with consequences. By noon, my dad called too. Unlike my mom, he wasn't dramatic, but he was blunt. He asked me if I understood how serious this was, that Alyssa had no way to fix this now, that the university wouldn't make exceptions because her brother was being petty, that she might lose the entire semester, possibly the year. I said, "Good." Silence on the line. Then he said something like, "You don't mean that." And I just told him he clearly didn't know me very well. That was the moment it started to shift. Because for years they'd seen me as the one who could absorb everything. The one who never lost control, who always paid, always forgave, always kept peace. And they depended on that. They built their comfort on that, on me. Now I was the problem. But they didn't know the half of it because freezing the account, that was just the start. Later that afternoon, I logged into the insurance portal and removed her from the health plan I'd added her to. She never paid a dime for it, and it was only supposed to be temporary, just until she got on her feet. She'd been on it for almost 2 years. Quietly, I shut that door too. Then I went into the student loan portal, the one tied to my name, and changed the automatic payments I'd set up for her minimums. Canceled them. They default within a month unless she stepped in. I didn't say a word to her, and I didn't post about it online. I didn't make a scene or try to embarrass her the way she had me. I just let the ground beneath her quietly fall away. Because here's what no one in the family wanted to admit. Alyssa's entire stability came from me. Every good thing she had was either inherited from someone else's grace or bailed out when she messed it up. And when she decided to humiliate me at the one moment in my life that was supposed to be sacred, that was her cashing out the last of her credit. At dinner, Julia asked if I wanted to talk about what happened. I told her everything was already handled. She didn't ask for details, but she smiled a little. The next 2 days were quiet. Too quiet. No more screaming calls. No dramatic voicemails, just silence, which was almost worse because I knew what that meant. They were regrouping, trying to figure out how to spin it, how to get me back in line. I'd gone off script. That scared them more than anything. But the silence didn't last. By day 3, it began. Started small. My mom texting me a photo of Alyssa's old acceptance letter. As if that somehow made a case for why I should fix everything. Then a message about how people make mistakes and how stress affects people in different ways and how weddings can be emotional. No mention of the wine, no apology, just passive phrases orbiting around what had happened like it was weather. I ignored all of it. Then she escalated. She sent Julia a message on Instagram. That was new. She called me controlling, said I was punishing Alyssa, and implied without saying it directly that Julia should watch for signs of that behavior. Julia read it out loud to me while we were brushing our teeth. We both just stared at each other in the mirror and laughed. That's when it became clear they weren't trying to get me to forgive Alyssa. They were trying to shame me into compliance. I finally texted my mom back one sentence. If she apologizes directly to Julia, I'll consider talking. No reply because Alyssa doesn't apologize ever. Not when she's wrong, especially not to other women. Then came the cousin brigade. Texts from people I hadn't heard from in years. Long-winded messages with fake warmth like, "Hey man, haven't talked in a while, but I just wanted to say." All of them trying to soften me, convince me, remind me how close the family used to be. How Alyssa always looked up to me. How this was just a bad moment. A misstep, a misunderstanding. One even wrote, "You know how she is. You're the stable one. We're counting on you to pull this back together." There it was. You're the stable one. That line pissed me off more than anything because, yeah, I've always been the stable one. The one who shows up, pays on time, fixes what breaks, swallows every insult for the sake of keeping things peaceful. And they expected me to do it again like clockwork. But I wasn't doing it this time. Not after what she did to Julia. Not after everything I've carried for years while Alyssa spun chaos and expected parades in return. So I started making moves. I called the university and confirmed what I already knew. Her place was gone. The final payment deadline had passed. Her spot was offered to the next person on the list. Then I found out something interesting. Her campus housing had been tied to enrollment, which meant she had 2 weeks to vacate. She hadn't told anyone that yet. So I waited. And on the 6th day after the wedding, I got the first message from Alyssa herself. Just a thumbs up emoji. That's all. No words, no explanation, just a thumbs up like this was some kind of joke. Like everything unraveling in her life was still beneath her. Still somehow my fault. I didn't respond, but I knew what was coming because she hadn't hit bottom yet. And I was done catching her fall. Day 7, 1 week after the wedding, and the first call from Alyssa finally came through. I let it go to voicemail. I wanted to see what tone she'd take. She didn't disappoint. There was no apology, no mention of the wine. She just said she heard the account got frozen and that there must have been some kind of glitch. Said she was calling because the rent office at her student housing was being weird and asked me to just clear it up real quick. As if we were business partners. I didn't reply, but the next morning she texted again saying, "They're telling me I have to move out by Friday. Seriously? You're going to let that happen?" Yes, I don't know what she expected. Maybe some tearful breakdown from me. Maybe Julia guilt-tripping me into being the bigger person. But that's not how this was going. Julia, for her part, had been watching the whole thing unfold with this quiet strength. She never told me what to do. She didn't need to. We were aligned. But then something unexpected happened. Alyssa posted a photo on Instagram. Not one of those vague, dramatic quotes people use when they're spiraling. This was her smiling, holding a glass of wine again with the caption, "Some people are great at pretending. Guess I learned from the best." And she tagged me. That's when I realized she didn't just think she could talk her way out of this. She thought she could publicly control the story. Make me look petty, heartless, cold. I didn't respond. But a few hours later, I got a DM from a former coworker saying, "Hey, saw your sister's post. Everything okay?" And that's when I flipped a switch. I didn't argue. I didn't post back. I did something much worse. I contacted the scholarship foundation she had been bragging about all year, the one she applied to last minute after I nudged her through the process. What she didn't know was that my letter of support had helped push it through. I'd vouched for her stability, maturity, character. So I emailed them to withdraw my endorsement. I didn't even have to lie. I simply included a copy of the university's withdrawal notice and let them know I could no longer support her participation in the program. They asked a few questions. I answered politely, professionally. By the next afternoon, she was dropped from the scholarship, too. She found out almost instantly. Called me 3 times back to back. This time I picked up. She didn't even try to mask the panic. She said I'd ruined her future, that I was jealous of her potential, that she had plans, real ones, and now everything was falling apart because I was being vindictive. I didn't say anything, just let the silence hang. Then she asked what it would take. Money, a public apology, me letting her post something for clarity. She was trying to negotiate like this was a business transaction. I told her there was nothing she could offer. She said, "You're not serious. This is your sister." And I said, "Yeah, that used to mean something." Then I hung up. By Friday, she was officially evicted from the dorms. I didn't hear where she ended up. My mom tried to guilt me again that weekend. Sent a photo of Alyssa sitting on a friend's couch with her belongings in trash bags around her. But I noticed something in the background. One of the boxes had my handwriting on it. From last year. That's when I remembered I'd packed it for her when she moved into school the first time. Labeled everything. Folded her clothes. I sat there staring at the photo and realized how much of my life had gone into holding hers together. Not anymore. By the end of that week, it wasn't just Alyssa unraveling anymore. It was the whole damn family. First came the group texts. A cousin thread suddenly reignited after a year of silence full of vague check-ins and thinking of you messages that weren't fooling anyone. Then the real tone slipped in. Things like, "Family is all we have," and "maybe there's a way to meet halfway." Then my aunt chimed in. She said, "Oscar, we don't know what happened, but freezing someone's life like this, it's not okay. Alyssa might have made a mistake, but this is extreme." Extreme? The word made me laugh. No one called it extreme when I paid for her food after she maxed her card at Trader Joe's. No one said it was extreme when she showed up drunk to my graduation and told Julia she was surprised someone like her could handle me. No one had a single word for all of that. But now, when I stopped protecting her, suddenly I was the villain. That's when it really sank in. This wasn't about what was fair or right. This was about the system, the roles we had always played. Alyssa was the unstable one, the one people worried about, catered to, forgave. I was the responsible one, the safety net, and I had cut the net. So, the whole structure was shaking. My dad finally texted me privately. He didn't yell or argue. He just asked one question: "Do you want a relationship with your family or not?" That hit harder than I expected because until that moment, I hadn't considered what this was going to cost long term. But the second I read that message, I realized something cold and clear. They didn't want reconciliation. They wanted a reset. Back to me paying, me fixing, me absorbing. And if I didn't agree to that, then I was the problem. So I answered honestly, "Not like this." He didn't reply. Then came the real curveball. Julia's parents reached out. Her mom called and asked if everything was okay. I thought someone had told them something, but no. It was just Julia who mentioned in passing that we were dealing with some family stuff. But her mom knew right away what that meant. She said, "It's your wedding week. The people who are supposed to love you most just showed you who they really are. Don't ignore that." I couldn't. That weekend, we had dinner with Julia's parents. Calm, simple, honest conversation. We told them everything. No drama, just facts. Her dad, who's normally quiet, leaned back and said, "Well, sounds like you're finally done playing the role they wrote for you." I nodded. And then he asked the question I wasn't expecting. "So, what are you going to do next?" I'd been so focused on pulling away from Alyssa and from the system that I hadn't thought about what came after. But I already had the answer because I had one last card to play. I waited until Monday morning. Alyssa still hadn't reached out again after the call. Probably because she figured she'd already burned every bridge. But the truth was, she hadn't even seen the fire yet. Because for the first time in my life, I wasn't reacting to her chaos. I was creating my own. I called the academic advisor at the university, the one who used to CC me on all of Alyssa's communications. She remembered me. I asked one question. Had Alyssa applied for re-enrollment yet? She didn't even try, which meant she had nothing. No housing, no scholarship, no classes, no job, and she still hadn't told our parents the full truth. I could tell because if they knew how far it had gone, they'd be calling again. Instead, silence. But I knew that wouldn't last. Tuesday, 8:03 a.m., Alyssa showed up at my apartment. I didn't answer the door. She stood outside for 12 minutes. Knocked twice. I watched her through the peephole, arms crossed, still pretending like she wasn't unraveling. Then finally, she slid something under the door. A handwritten letter. It wasn't an apology. It was a list. Literally a list of things she needed to get back on track. Tuition total, rent estimate, even a line about 6 months of stability until I can transfer credits. At the bottom, she wrote, "I know you don't owe me this, but I'm asking anyway." That line stuck with me not because it was sincere, but because it meant for the first time she actually knew. She knew I didn't owe her anymore. I left the letter on the floor. The next day, she called our mom and finally told her everything. How she lost her enrollment, the dorm eviction, the scholarship, everything. My mom called me that night sobbing. She said, "She's scared, Oscar. She's never been like this. You don't know what she's like right now." And I said, "I know exactly what she's like." Then I said the one sentence they never heard from me in my entire life. "I'm not helping her. Not this time. Not next time. Not ever again." She didn't scream. She just cried. Said something about how she didn't raise us to be this divided. I told her she raised us to believe I'd always fix what Alyssa broke. And now she was seeing what happened when I didn't. Later that week, I got another letter from Alyssa. This time it was shorter. Just one paragraph. No numbers, no begging. Just this. "I get it now. You really won't save me anymore. I don't know what to do." That was the closest thing to an apology she's ever given me. But by then, it didn't matter anymore. I didn't reply. I just folded the letter and put it in a drawer. Not out of sentiment, but as a reminder, because people like Alyssa don't change when they hurt you. They change when you stop cushioning the fall. And I was done playing the net. The end. 3 weeks went by. The quiet was almost unsettling. No calls, no texts, no updates from my parents. Even Alyssa's social media went dark. Radio silence. Like she dropped off the map. Part of me thought maybe she left the state, ran back to some friend group, or couch hopped until she could land somewhere soft again. But that wasn't what happened, because on a random Thursday morning, Julia got a knock on the door. It wasn't Alyssa. It was her ex, Jason. I barely recognized him. He looked worse than I remembered. Thin, tired, like life had been chewing on him for a while and finally started to swallow. Julia called for me quietly, and I came to the door wondering why the hell this guy was suddenly back in our orbit. He said he didn't want any drama. Said he'd run into Alyssa 2 nights earlier. She was living in a pay-by-the-week motel on the edge of town. That alone should have been shocking, but what came next made my stomach twist. She told him she was pregnant. I didn't say anything at first, just stared at him. Because what are you supposed to say to something like that? I didn't even believe it. Not because I thought she wouldn't lie, but because I didn't think she'd use that. Jason said she didn't ask him for anything. Not money, not help. Just said she needed to tell someone. And then he looked at me and said something that knocked the air out of my lungs. She said you're still the only person who's ever really taken care of her. And she knows she ruined it. Then he pulled a piece of paper out of his jacket. A folded-up printout from some clinic. No official letterhead, just a form, the kind that gets handed to you in a small waiting room. Pregnancy confirmed. 6 weeks. Julia stood behind me, quiet. Jason handed it to me like it was some cursed object he didn't want to hold anymore. Then he left. No questions, no requests. Just said, "I thought you'd want to know," and disappeared. I closed the door, sat down at the kitchen table, unfolded the paper, just stared at it, and I didn't feel what I expected to feel. Not anger, not guilt. I felt relief, because now I knew this wasn't just about tuition or wine or scholarships. This was Alyssa's entire life unraveling. And she wasn't reaching out to manipulate me anymore. She was spiraling completely and quietly. Julia sat beside me. She didn't say anything either. Eventually, I folded the paper and put it in the same drawer with the letter. That drawer is getting full. I didn't tell my parents. Not yet. Not because I wanted to hide it, but because for once it wasn't my job to fix, explain, or absorb it. Let them find out on their own. This time, I was done cushioning anything. Now on to the next story. Story 9. Mom said, "This vacation is only for family without you." So I laughed and said, "Okay." A month later, when they had a problem and came to beg me, I laughed and then, "This vacation is just for the family without you." I laughed, not even out of anger, just out of pure amusement. "Got it, Mom. Have fun." She didn't blink, Didn't hesitate. Just looked at me as if I were a stranger who happened to sit at her table. I used to be close to my family, the responsible one, the successful one, the one they bragged about to friends and family. But that was before Olivia and Mark. You see, last year I bought a new apartment as an investment. It was in a great location, perfect for renting. About the same time, my sister Olivia and her husband, Mark, got into financial trouble. My parents were worried, Olivia was stressed, and the blame game was relentless. They have a child, Kelvin. Just let them stay a while, my mother pleaded. Family helps family. So I did. I let them stay there for free. No rent, no bills, nothing. Just until they got back on their feet. 3 months, that was the deal. 3 months went by, then 5. Every time I brought it up, they had an excuse. Mark was still looking for steady work, daycare was expensive. They just needed more time. By the 6th month, I had had enough. I told them it was time to leave. I gave them 2 more weeks to find something else. When that time was up, I told them I was going to change the locks. That's when all hell broke loose. Mom called me selfish. My dad said I was acting like a heartless landlord. Olivia cried. Mark acted like I was throwing my own nephew out on the street. Suddenly, I wasn't the generous brother who gave them half a year of free housing. I was the bad guy who said enough is enough. After that, I became an outsider. Family group chats went silent when I messaged. I wasn't invited to Sunday dinners, and when they planned a big family vacation, they didn't even pretend to include me. Mom looked me right in the eye and said, "This vacation is just for the family without you." That's when I realized I was no longer part of their family. So they left and I moved on with my life. Then, exactly a month later, my phone rang. First my mom, then my dad, then Olivia, over and over, back to back. I ignored the first few calls, thinking it was a mistake. Then I saw a text message from Olivia. "Kelvin, please pick up. We need your help." I stared at the screen, debating whether to answer. Before I could decide, there was a knock on my door. When I opened it, my father was standing there, looking more exhausted than I'd ever seen him. His face was pale, his shirt rumpled. Mom was behind him, clutching her purse like it was the only thing keeping her upright. Olivia stood off to the side, holding her son close. She looked as if she hadn't slept in days. Dad exhaled sharply. "Kelvin, we need your help." I let out a short laugh and shook my head. "Of course you do." And that was only the beginning. I didn't step aside. I just stood there watching them shift uncomfortably on my doorstep. A month ago, I wasn't family enough to go on vacation with them. Now they were on my doorstep looking like they had seen a ghost. "What happened?" I asked, arms crossed. Mom opened her mouth, but Olivia beat her to it. "We lost everything." I raised an eyebrow. "Everything?" Dad sighed. "There was a fire." That got my attention. Turns out, while they were on vacation, a faulty cable in Olivia and Mark's rental house sparked a fire. The whole place went up in flames. They weren't home at the time, but when they returned, there was nothing left. Clothes, furniture, passports, gone. To make matters worse, their renter's insurance had expired the month before, and they never renewed it. "So," I said slowly, "you're homeless." Dad winced, but Olivia nodded. "We've been staying in a motel, but it's too expensive. We need a place, just for a little while." I almost laughed again. The irony was unbelievable. A few weeks ago, I wasn't even good enough to be invited to dinner. Now they wanted a roof over their heads. Mark wasn't here, I realized. "Where's your husband?" I asked. Olivia, her face darkened. "Gone. He left." I blinked. "What do you mean, left?" "After the fire, he couldn't take it. He said he needed space. He packed a bag and took off. I haven't heard from him in a week." Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I looked at my parents. "And your house?" Mom's face tightened. "The basement flooded while we were away. Pipe burst. We came home to water everywhere, mold damage. The insurance is taking weeks to process. We can't live there now." Jesus. A fire, a flood, and a missing husband. It was starting to sound biblical. Dad sighed. "Kelvin, we have nowhere else to go." I leaned against the door frame. A month ago, I wouldn't have even considered it, But looking at them now, tired, desperate, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time, power. For once, I was the one holding the cards. I let them stand there for a long moment before I finally spoke. "All right, you can stay." Mom exhaled in relief. Olivia looked like she was going to cry, but I continued, "There are rules." Their faces fell. "You get 1 month, no more extensions, and you follow my house rules. Don't like them? Find somewhere else." They all nodded, too exhausted to argue. I stepped aside. "Welcome home." As they walked in, I had no idea that this was only the beginning of the chaos. At first, they were on their best behavior, quiet, polite, almost too grateful. Olivia kept saying, "Thank you, Kelvin, I swear. Just 1 month." Dad even tried to make small talk over coffee as if nothing had happened. But I knew better. The cracks started to show on the third day. It was small things at first. Dirty dishes left in the sink, Olivia using my expensive shampoo like it was a free hotel sample, Mom rearranging my kitchen because she couldn't find anything. At the end of the first week, I walked into my own living room and stopped dead. My couch was gone. In its place was her old, sagging couch, the one they had somehow rescued from storage, the same couch I hated sitting on as a kid because it smelled like dust and regret. I turned to Olivia, who was folding my laundry. My laundry. "Where the hell is my couch?" She barely looked up. "Oh, Dad, and I moved it into the garage. Ours is more comfortable." I stared at her. "More comfortable for you?" She finally looked up, blinking like I was the one being unreasonable. "Well, for us." I rubbed my temples. "You're staying here for a month. Why are you acting like you own the place?" She sighed and laid down a shirt. "Kelvin, we're just trying to make it feel a little more like home, right? Except it's not your home, it's mine." Mom poked her head in. "Oh, honey, don't make a big deal out of it." I ignored her. "Where is my couch?" Dad just walked in, wiping his hands on a rag. "Relax, it's in the garage. We didn't throw it out." I stormed into the garage and, sure enough, there was my couch, awkwardly shoved next to storage bins and a lawn mower. That night, for the first time ever, I locked my bedroom door. Then things got worse. One night around midnight, I heard voices in the kitchen. I got up, groggy, and found my dad and Olivia whispering in the corner. They stopped when they saw me. "Is something wrong?" I asked. Dad forced a smile. "Just talking." I noticed that Olivia was holding my car keys. I blinked. "Why do you have my keys?" She hesitated. Look, I was going to ask you, but I didn't want to wake you." "Ask me what?" She exhaled. "If I could borrow your car." I stared at her. "For what?" She hesitated again. Then I knew she was lying. "To pick up some stuff from storage." Something wasn't right at midnight. She clutched the keys. "Kelvin, I didn't think you'd mind. Give me my keys." She sighed dramatically and handed them over. I went back to my room, locked the door, and something told me to check the glove compartment in the morning. When I did, my spare credit card was gone. I checked my account. $200 had been spent at a gas station a few hours earlier. I marched back inside, furious. "Olivia!" She was sitting on the couch, the wrong couch, eating my cereal. I held up my phone. "Did you take my credit card?" She went pale for half a second. Then she rolled her eyes. "Oh my God, Kelvin. I was going to tell you." I almost laughed. "Were you?" "Before or after I noticed." She crossed her arms. "I just needed gas. Okay? Okay. I'll pay you back." "Like you paid back the rent?" That hit home because she didn't have a comeback. Mom came in and saw my face. "What's going on?" "Olivia stole my credit card," I said flatly. "It was one time," Olivia snapped. Mom clicked her tongue. "Oh, Kelvin, don't make a big deal out of this." I glared at her. "She stole from me and you're okay with that?" "She's your sister. It's just gas money." "Unbelievable." I looked at Olivia. "Pack your stuff. You're done." Her eyes widened. "Kelvin, no." I was willing to help. "But you think you can steal from me and get away with it?" I looked at Mom and Dad. "And you? Are you okay with this?" They looked at each other in silence. "All right," I said, grabbing my keys. If she's not gone by tonight, you're all gone. I meant it. What I didn't know was that Olivia had one last trick up her sleeve and I was about to regret ever letting her in. I left the house to cool off because if I stayed any longer, I was going to say something I couldn't take back. I drove around for an hour, drank coffee, and debated whether I really wanted to kick my whole family out tonight. But when I pulled back into my driveway, something felt wrong. The front door was wide open. I rushed inside, my heart pounding. Hello? Silence. I checked the living room. The fake couch was still there. Olivia's suitcase was in the hall, untouched. Then I heard it. A noise from my office. I rushed down the hall and froze. Olivia was at my desk going through my drawers. She jumped when she saw me. Kelvin. I looked at the mess. Papers everywhere. My locked file cabinet forced open. I clenched my jaw. What the hell are you doing? She held up her hands. Kelvin, I can explain. I stepped closer, my eyes scanning the mess. My financial records, my investment records, my bank statements. Cold realization hit me. Are you looking for my bank information? She stammered. No, well, yes, but it's not what you think. I grabbed one of the papers. Then what is it? She swallowed hard. I needed to see if you had any extra money. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Extra money for what? She took a deep breath. Kelvin, listen, the motel is too expensive and we don't have a safety net. You have so much. I thought maybe if I stepped back. Oh my God. You were trying to steal from me. She flinched. It's not stealing. I was just going to transfer a little and I would have paid you back. I laughed. Oh, so first it's my apartment, then my car, now my bank account. What's next, Olivia? My whole life. She opened her mouth, but I wasn't finished. You lied again, you stole from me, and now you're literally trying to take my money behind my back. You're disgusting. Her face crumpled. Kelvin, please. No. You're done. I turned to leave. Get out of my house. Then she said it. If I go, Mom and Dad go. I stopped. I turned. Excuse me. She straightened, her expression changing. They can't afford a motel. If I leave, they leave. Are you really going to kick our parents out too? I stared at her, my own sister using our parents as a human shield. I clenched my fists. I don't owe you anything, Olivia. Not after this. She scoffed. You're seriously going to kick our mother out? She carried you for 9 months and this is how you repay her. I almost laughed. Mom was fine kicking me out of a family vacation. She was fine with you stealing from me. So yeah, if she wants to go with you, she can go. I turned and walked into the living room where Mom and Dad were standing. They had definitely heard everything. Mom's lips were tight. Kelvin, honey, let's not be too hasty. Are you kidding me, Mom? She literally tried to rob me. She sighed. She's desperate. You don't understand how hard it is for her. I shook my head. Wow, so you're really on her side. Dad hadn't said a word. He just stood there looking tired. I took a deep breath. Both of you, I need to know right now. Are you staying with her? Or are you staying with me? Mom hesitated. Dad ran his hand over his face. Kelvin, let's just... No. Answer me. Are you on her side or mine? The silence was deafening. Then Mom spoke. She's family. We don't leave family. I exhaled slowly. Then I nodded. Okay. Then you all need to leave. Dad's head snapped up. Kelvin, no. I let you in. I gave you a chance, and this is what you do? I shook my head. We're done. Olivia's face twisted. You're making a mistake. I opened the front door. No, Olivia. You did. And just like that, I kicked my entire family out, or at least I thought I had. Because the next day, I found out what Olivia did after she left. The next morning, I checked my bank account, more out of habit than suspicion. But when I saw the missing $3,000, my stomach sank. I clicked on the transaction details. It had been transferred to Olivia's account late the previous night. I sprinted to my office and opened my laptop. My online banking was still logged on. She must have done it before I caught her rifling through my drawers. That thieving, lying. I picked up my phone and called Olivia. No answer. I called again, straight to voicemail. I wasn't playing games anymore. I dialed 911. Yes, I want to report a theft. My sister stole money from my bank account. The cops showed up at Olivia's motel half an hour later. I pulled up right behind her, still seething with anger. She opened the door, her eyes widening when she saw the officers. Her son was standing behind her, clutching a toy car. One of the officers, a middle-aged man with a bored expression, cleared his throat. "Ma'am, we have a report that you took money from your brother's account without permission." Olivia immediately turned on the waterworks. "Oh my God, are you serious?" She looked at me. "Kelvin, what is wrong with you?" I stepped forward. "Don't even start. You literally stole from me." She scoffed. "I didn't." I pulled out my phone and showed her the transaction. $3,000 sent from my account to hers. "I didn't send it. You do the math." An officer nodded. "Ma'am, do you have anything to say about this?" Olivia's face twisted. Then she let out a laugh. "Oh, come on, it was a joke." I blinked. "A joke?" She crossed her arms. "Yeah, I was gonna send it back. I was just messing with him and he called the cops. I was so angry I could barely speak." "That's your excuse? It was a joke." One of the cops turned to her. "You realize this is a crime, right?" She sighed dramatically. "I've already literally sent him back. Check his account." I updated my banking application. Sure enough, the $3,000 was back. I clenched my jaw. That doesn't change the fact that she stole it in the first place. The cops exchanged glances. I looked at them, really looked at them, and a bad feeling crept up my spine. "You're taking her to the station, right?" The bored cop scratched his head. "Look, man, she's a new mother. It was a stupid mistake. She gave it back. Let's not make this any bigger than it needs to be." My jaw almost dropped. "You're kidding." The other officer shrugged. "I'm not saying it's right, but you got your money back. No harm, no foul." I almost laughed. "So if I steal $3,000 but give it back after I get caught, that's okay?" They didn't answer. I pointed at Olivia, who was now standing smugly with her arms crossed. "If this was me stealing from her, would you say the same thing?" Neither of them met my eyes. I took a deep breath. "Unbelievable." I turned to Olivia. "You're pathetic." She just smiled sweetly. "Thanks for stopping by, big brother." I wanted to scream. Instead, I turned to the police. "Thanks for nothing." Then I got in my car and drove away. That night, after the cops let Olivia off the hook, I made a decision. I was done. No more helping, no more favors, no more being her backup plan. I blocked Olivia's number first, then Mom's, then Dad's. I even deleted the family group chat altogether. If they wanted me out of their lives, I'd make it easy. And for the first time in years, my life felt calm. No sudden phone calls begging for money. No guilt trips. No Olivia sneaking around trying to take what wasn't hers. I could finally breathe. And then, I decided to do something for myself. A month later, I booked a trip to Hawaii. 5-star resort, ocean view, private excursions, the whole damn luxury experience. But instead of inviting my parents or Olivia, I invited my cousins Matt, Rachel, and Jake, the side of the family that really appreciated me. We spent a week surfing, drinking cocktails by the pool, and laughing until our stomachs hurt. And, of course, I made sure to document it all. But just when I thought I was over the whole situation, I had a little idea, just a tiny little idea. I pulled out my phone, opened the old family group chat, the one where they had been ignoring me for months, and sent a photo. Me on the beach holding a cocktail, wearing sunglasses, grinning from ear to ear, having a great time in Hawaii. Hope everyone is doing well. I hit send and tossed my phone aside. 5 minutes later, it started exploding. "Mom, really, Kelvin? Olivia, are you serious?" "Dad, have fun." I smiled, stretched out in my lounge chair, and sent another picture. This time it was me and my cousins at a fancy restaurant by the ocean, raising our glasses. "Cheers to family." I refreshed the chat. No response. I checked again an hour later. Mom and Olivia had both blocked me. I laughed so hard I almost fell out of my chair. Jake, my cousin, leaned over. "What's so funny?" "Nothing," I said with a grin. "Just the last word." And I didn't think about her for the rest of the trip. When I got home, I didn't unblock her. I didn't reach out. And you know what? They never did either. It turns out that when you stop being useful to people who only take, they disappear. And honestly, I've never been happier. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.